And hello, everyone. I am Ruby Seals. I hope you're having a good evening, morning, afternoon, whatever it might be for you. I am joined today by Alice.
Hello, it's me, the trans femme Matt Mercer, at your service. I don't think I've used Matt Mercer yet, but it's apt.
Somehow not. Somehow not. I assume you're going to be voicing trans femme Vincent Valentine.
You gotta let me cook with that. I could pull it
I
off.
I
I
believe in you.
could.
Jaime, I believe, is in the bathroom. Noah.
Yay.
And let me see. Connor, you're usually a full skull, but right now you're an adult man. So
Tiny Kasim London. Tiny Kasim London.
I'm going to move you over here. I should have considered this earlier. I hope y'all are having a good day. I certainly am, especially after that. For anyone who doesn't know, the third Final Fantasy VII Remake game got announced. And I am not joking when I say that literally minutes before the Summer Game Fest started airing, I had just finished dragging all of these chuckle fucks through Rebirth. We'd been casually playing through it in our downtime, fucking over the past couple months, and literally, less than 20 minutes before the show started, the whole thing. It was my second playthrough. It was what was it? I had a great time with it. We all had a great time with it. I think it's an immaculately paced game. I never get bored at it at any point, but I do in fact think I manifested it. One of our good mutual friends has decided that this is the final definitive piece of proof needed to accuse me of being Haruhi. For anyone who has seen the melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, you understand, you get it. You see, the funny part, chat, is I do have all of the luck, except when I have none of the luck. I only roll nat ones or 20s, no in between. And today, I'm very happy to say I rolled nat 20s. So I am very overjoyed. Vincent looks sick. Sid looks sick. The fact that they're adding job system to it, sick as fuck. Sick as fuck.
Dress Spears.
The Highwind, we're doing the fucking Fortnite dive. The parachute out. I'm too old to remember what that's called. Um, but like
Skydiving?
no, there was something dropping the Fortnite drop. There we go. Um,
Same thing, it's fine.
Same thing. But either way, I'm fucking hype. The Highwind looks cool as shit. I think I like the pacing of Rebirth. I really enjoy it. It's definitely a very long game. But for me, the length is kind of part of the point. It's meant to be a journey you kind of take your time with and savor. And for some people, that might be boring and tedious. For me, it's a delightful joy. I would begin replaying the game for a third time right now if I had more spare time to work with, especially since I still haven't beaten it on hard. But it does seem to me, just from starting principles, from basic foundational ideas, that the third remake game is probably going to be the same substance but much more comfortably delivered, because you start with the Highwind at the start, so there's less tedious walking. So I'm excited for that. I'm looking forward to everything. I am surprised they haven't announced a Dirge of Cerberus remaster yet, especially with Matt there on stage, but we'll get there when we get there. um Trying to think, is there anything else I want to gush about? I could gush about this for the next hour, but I also don't want to go into spoilers about Rebirth stuff and theories and everything. Um, but it looks sick. Wutai looks shit. Looks sick as shit. Fucking Medell, I'm happy to see looks like a real area. I'll be excited to see what they do with that because it was so underdeveloped in the original game, and there's so much more to do with it. Let me see. We were doing high roller mode, right?
Yes. Would you like to stream for the Discord?
Right. That's what I forgot.
That would help. Let me.
Oh yeah,
pulling this up on my
1666.
other monitor.
That's the one new thing that really stood out to me, and I realize obvious pick for me, but like literally as the trailer was premiering, everyone collectively agreed that it was Ruby bait.
It was a Ruby game, yeah.
That's a Ruby game. It seems exceedingly Ruby core. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna move the tips real quick. Okay, Platinum Games doing TMNT. I'm interested, but it must be noted that this isn't the first TMNT game they've made. They made Mutants in Manhattan back in, I want to say, like 2014, something thereabout, as part of their trinity of licensed games, along with Korra and Transformers Devastation. Transformers Devastation was fucking great. Fucking Korra is a perfectly adequate licensed game, and TMNT Mutants in Manhattan remains the worst thing that Platinum Games have ever made, and that includes Babylon's Fall. And it's not even particularly close. Fucking embarrassing game. Embarrassing game. So, we'll see. Yeah, also, Evangelion and Sonic Cross Racing. Like, What did I do? Alice, what did I do?
What do you mean? What did you do?
What did I do?
Blanked out.
What did I do to manifest this?
What did you do to manifest this?
Did you
you
sneak
didn't
a
buy me
monkey's
that Taco
paw?
Bell yet?
Maybe.
The curse. You have to take me on that Taco Bell date. Only then will the curse be lifted that I may or may not have placed upon you.
Of course.
Of course.
All right. We were doing High Roller, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Alice, as the resident of the Devil Nerd, refresh me. Where the fuck are we? What were we doing? It's been a little while since we've been able to pick this back up.
So, murder.
Okay.
More
good.
specifically.
I'm the narrative's favorite, but that's not always a good thing. Chat.
What do you remember? Is what I will quickly
ask. We murked the fuck out of those dudes. We then got
Creek's pod.
Yeah, then we got conscripted by the Yakuza to effectively run defense for the guy we more or less half accidentally framed for doing it.
I wouldn't say half accidentally.
Half accidentally.
I mean, we kind of put.
We kind of did, but also, like, the reason I say half accidentally is because Morgan doesn't mind if there is no one else being pointed at. She likes the credit, you know?
Right. So, what started as Morgan trying to get information on something called a No Mask. She murdered Creek's pod, who was a part of the Blue Bloods. It was 4 members, and then framed, who we now know as Sasuke, put the gun in his belt and put the knife in his hand. Then, sometime later, they said there was 5 murders, of which, yes, it was half accidental. We were going to frame him just for the pod murders, but then a cop died, which cranked everything to 11. So now we got to figure this shit out. Since Morgan has direct involvement, she takes up the Ikaria families. That's the specific name of the Yakuza family. The Ikaria families offer, quote unquote, like, you know, it's an offer you can't refuse, of course. To defend him in this case. So we talk with him. He's aggressive, but eventually comes around to us. Reyes hates his ass because he's a cop killer. London kinda drops that he's not exactly on the take, but he's got some friends in low places effectively. In the car ride, you have that really sick conversation with him as you meet Han, who is what the fuck would I call her effectively? If you want to go to her profile, I'll probably have more for Han, unless you remember who she is.
I vaguely remember. Let me see.
There's Han.
Oh yeah,
she is
the lawyer.
Awesome. She is a lesbian. Not really a lawyer. She's a site manager. You know how it is.
Lawyer with a gun.
effectively. Uh, she's kind of breathing down your neck the whole time as you go through
Yeah.
this, because the Blue Bloods, of course, they didn't do anything wrong. Shit like that. As you investigate the scene and kind of make sure all your tracks were covered, um, she kind of up and stormed out because we are defending the purported Blue Blood killer.
Yeah.
Um, and London has kind of pulled us aside for one little thing as we are on our way out.
Yeah.
I think that's everything. Anyone
He
else in the
tipped his
chat, please
hand
feel
that
free to
he's
catch
a
up
little
on shit
corrupt,
that.
yeah. By
He's pretty much saying that any cop who works in the city long enough is going to be on the take in some capacity.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much the sense I got.
It feels like London is less so than others, to enough of a degree that he knows how to play the game everyone plays,
Yeah.
but not so much that he's like super McCrooked Cop McGee.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Reyes still has that very rose tinted view of how cops are a
Yeah, she's
paradigm
got
of
that real
justice.
black and white outlook.
Yeah, and it's caused a lot of friction. We did leave Sarah with Reyes to watch over Sasuke to make sure he didn't like get killed, which is also canon to the meeting from the bonus episodes of the first episode.
Yeah.
Boop.
Boop.
And yeah, we just pretty much have left off with London kind of pulling us aside, like, "Hey, Tiger, we need to fucking talk shop real quick." And that's gonna be Connor if he's here. Connor,
I
sound
remember
off,
that.
Skullman.
Yay.
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 All right, then. Let me see. Then, shall we?
I guess.
Mm-hmm. So, detective, there's something you didn't want to talk about in front of the professionals at Sinus Security.
Thanks for picking up on that.
Reyes will be upset that you never checked in.
Yeah. Right after this, I will.
This room. Are we directly underneath the crime scene?
Yep. Same fire escape right there.
Same type of window, too. Has this room been scanned into the arcs?
Yeah, but no one found anything noteworthy. Except Sinus being sloppy.
So, what were you actually doing when you left Han and I back there?
Something Han said earlier about how no true blue would ever wish harm on Kree. Her phrasing stood out to me.
Because it implies the existence of false blue bloods.
Because it reminded me of one of the first things I learned in this city. There are no monoliths. Meg's, Orca's, City Hall. There are always factions. And among the Blue Bloods, the party lines are especially visible. So I made a call out to Reyes and confirmed some things.
And
I figure I owe you a little hint or two, considering the tone of the last message I delivered.
that message warned me not to broaden the scope of my investigation. Getting hints from you might be self-defeating.
Not these hints. Trust me.
So what faction did our pal Creek belong to?
The Youngbloods. Opposite end of the compass from the old guard, the conservative blue blood leadership. All of them older than 70, some of them pushing higher than 90. Hansat Creek was too useful for anyone to want dead, but my sources don't agree. Creek talked, said things aloud that others only whispered. Ambitious, charismatic, up and coming.
And young.
Could easily see him being very unpopular with all the wrong people in the old guard.
That's interesting info, Detective. But it doesn't exactly flip this case on its head. I already know who killed Creek. The police have already decided it's Sosuke. Learning that he had some occupational hazards will hardly convince the jury otherwise. My client's the one standing accused, and everyone already knows why Blue Bloods and Icarias would want to kill each other.
Do you?
They're rival gangs. They hate each other.
Do you know why? It's the same reason all the Blue Blood leadership is ancient, while all their muscles made up of orphans and delinquents. 30 years ago, the Icaria betrayed their peace with the Blue Bloods, started killing them. And they didn't stop for days. By the end of it, every single member of the leading Blue Blood families under the age of 40 was dead.
Well, I can see how their kids would grow up to hate the Icaria. Yeah.
You're not getting it, Tiger. Their kids didn't grow up at all.
If that's the case, how are the Blue Bloods still around?
For one thing, the Icaria had bigger fish to fry. This was right before the Red Decade. They spent every second of the next 10 years positioning themselves so they could come at the other end as neo-ability. Second, what remained of the Blue Bloods found a new niche to fill. Taking in delinquents, furious at a country driven off a cliff by adults before they could even get a chance to vote.
And I'm just going to go ahead and screenshot that. Okay. Fascinating line. Going to be thinking about that.
Blue Bloods swelled their ranks to new heights by looking out for the little guys during those years. In exchange for favors down the line. Lastly, and most importantly, they survived because they still had hope.
Interesting. Fascinating framing. You serious? Fascinating.
It's a powerful weapon.
Hope for what?
Hope that the Icaria had missed one, that they'd fled the country. Hope that a promised heir would go strong and return one day. A triumphant little lord with overflowing riches and overwhelming power.
Sounds like a fairy tale.
Those endure for a reason. Well, now you know. A warning to watch where you step isn't exactly worth much if you're fumbling around in the dark.
Fairy tales and warnings.
What's up?
Hey, did your pals in OC ever hear about some kind of blue blood hunter?
Like a bounty hunter?
Or huntsman, maybe.
Where do you hear that?
Sosuke thinks he might have overheard talk of something like that while he was in captivity. Does it mean anything?
Nope.
You're so full of shit, bro. I don't like the hesitation there, detective.
Just an urban legend.
You're so full of shit, bro. I would have said the same thing about unlisted before this afternoon, and yet...
Fair enough. If you see a huntsman and live to tell the tale, I'll buy you as many lotto tickets as you want.
Hey, you ever pay attention to any of this graffiti down there? Scrawling's about Lobo and the cyberpunk and...
HBK, increasingly.
I haven't seen that myself. I was going to say Red Hood.
Why are you asking? You feel a chill down your spine? Except for HBK, that's all old news. Ghost stories and campfire tales.
There are a lot of campsites around here.
Lots of places to start fires.
Hmm.
But Red Hood. Haven't heard that in who knows how long. It's one of the oldest.
Batman crossover.
I hate you.
Rough story.
That's how I know Jaime's still away, is that he didn't respond to that.
I sent you a quick DM. He says to step away for a minute. He is feeling a little under the weather. He'll be back in about an hour. Oh, my voice cracked.
That is quite alright.
Everyone lend Jaime your energy.
It's based on a real event.
Nothing worth recounting.
I'll take you at your word for it.
What's going into you that you're feeling all superstitious? Guilty conscience?
You mean about working with the Mafia? A psychologist would call that projecting.
Get his ass.
Ouch.
Too far.
Nah. Didn't feel a thing.
I don't know why I asked, really. Guess I've just had an odd feeling all day.
Like deja vu? You been here before?
No, I hate that feeling. It's whatever the opposite of that would be. Ooh, I know what that is. Like jamais vu, something like that.
Jamais vu.
Jamais vu. Jamais vu. Yeah, no, I know that's something that shows up in Disco Elysium.
I learned that from Metal Gear.
Also works.
The unnerving certainty that you're in uncharted waters. Scary stuff.
Oh boy, here we fucking go. Here we fucking go.
Icaria, Blue Blood, Megs, Orcas, dirty cops and criminal informants. Lines drawn back and forth across a battlefield like a spider's suspension bridge. Dizzying in its complexity, frail along any given strand. But one wrong move, and you're completely ensnared. Priorities. The Icaria don't care about who tore through Creek's gang, but they would prefer Sosuke doesn't spend life in prison for killing a cop. The Blue Bloods want to tear Sosuke's throat out, but if Han's taken at her word, they're settling for 5 counts of murder. Can I take Han at her word? Is she a young blood like Creek, or is she with the old guard? Could I have asked London about that? If I had, could I have trusted his answer? Because it turns out Kasim London is much, much harder to read than I anticipated. And I can't even trust my client to act in his own self-interest. The man's a bodyguard by trade and a zealot for his house. The trial starts tomorrow. Do I still need more information? Is there time to find it? No. What I need right now is a nightcap. If I can't fall asleep, then I'll know I'm in trouble. Until then, guess sleep will have to wait. It's unlocked. Oh?
Pardon me for dropping in at such a late hour, Counselor Morgan.
Standing there in my doorway, she cut through the light like a blade of spilt ink. But twice as sharp, and not nearly as familiar. It is outside of normal consultation hours, miss. She purses her lips, like lily petals shine away from the moonlight. What's a smirk by any other name?
Please, call me Mireille.
Any last name, Mireille? The question floats in the air like curling cigarette smoke. I could tell she was used to the smell.
I'll leave that up to your imagination.
Self-assured and unapologetic. The unspoken family name loud as a signature. Written in blood. You're from House Icaria.
Might I step inside?
She blinks. Ellie, thank you for the sub. Oh, that reminds me. Schmouder and Beef Tony, thank you both for the subs before the stream. Forgot that in the excitement of FF7. A forked tongue testing the temperature of the air. She wasn't asking for permission. Just you. What about your friends in the hallway? She raised an eyebrow but keeps staring at the floor. She's surprised at my perception of the unseen threat, but not quite impressed.
I don't think they need to join us. Do you?
She was the kind of woman to make you remember. Smoking could kill. How can I be of service? What was her name again? How did you pronounce it again?
Mireille.
Mireille, that's what I thought. Just wanted to make sure. How can I be of service, Mireille?
Please look at her profile. It's so good.
Let me see here. Profile. Date of birth, October 1st. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, Blood type, A positive. Occupation, representative. Likes sipping alcohol, rubbing alcohol, arachnids. Dislikes sunrises, black tea, photographers. Who hates sunrises? There's going to be lore behind that, and I need to know. Fave smell, dojo floors. Kind of freak behavior, affectionately. I love it. The best stat, making use of people. The worst stat, hiding my distaste.
This design is so fucking crazy good.
This is aspirational for me, I must say.
Bug, if you are out there and you ever listen to this, sincerely thank you. This is food.
Yeah.
Everyone, go shout them out. Bug, love you.
She's fantastic.
Yeah, everyone just yell bug.
Bug.
Everyone
bug,
just
bug,
put your hands in
bug.
the air, go bug!
Bug!
But like in an affectionate way.
Yeah. Cammy, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to claim her either way. You may continue.
You're already being quite accommodating, both to me and my family's interests. I came here tonight to be of service to you. I understand that you're somewhat new to this underworld of ours.
I'm grateful for the offer, Mirai. But inexperienced as I am, I've gathered that House Ikaria didn't come into its fortune by being generous.
Hmm. Would you like to know how House Icaria did come into its fortune?
I know you operate a lending corporation with a significantly diversified portfolio.
Yes, the good old IFG, the public face of the Icaria criminal empire, clean shaven as it's become. And
I know you founded a pharmaceutical company and profited immensely when it went public.
hmm, and before that,
I know your family became nobility during the years of civil unrest. No doubt by being well positioned when the time came to re-privatize our nation's industries.
yes, and before that,
I know you slaughtered the Blue Bloods 30 years ago.
very good, Counselor Morgan. You've acclimated to our waters remarkably fast.
What I don't know is why Makoto Ikaria has been the target of multiple kidnapping attempts over the past year.
You can't fathom a guess as to why the Blue Bloods might want to ransom the family's heir.
That's the only guess I can make. It strikes me as shallow. Nothing more dangerous than waters you don't know the depth of.
Hmm. As you said, 30 years ago, the Icaria cartel, an unrecognizable band of brutes and drug smugglers compared to today, massacred the respectable Blue Bloods and left their geriatric leadership to die on the vine. But we thrust the knife much deeper than that.
You went after their heirs.
And their entire future. Are you familiar with genetic factor authentication?
Using DNA as a password.
Blood, specifically. Easier than memorizing a string 3 billion characters long.
But GFA's fallen out of favor, hasn't it?
The Blue Bloods made ample use of it back then.
A bad bet.
They already had all their offshore accounts, business titles, property deeds. The Blue Bloods thought they had already won, that they were establishing a dynasty. So, as they made their political marriages, they bound their alliances and fortunes in literal blood. GFA was both a financial and symbolic laundering of the Blue Bloods' past. Their children, now married, clean-cut, and perfectly respectable, would prosper alongside wealth no longer tainted by ill-gotten gains. So, that GFA registry became the Icarius checklist. We went through and crossed out anyone that could have accessed those funds.
Fucked up. I love it.
Now, all of it sits untouchable overseas in encrypted digital warehouses in some of the oldest, most austere banks in the world. Collecting interest that will never be claimed.
That's very smart world building. I fuck with that immensely. This game again has an incredible ability to what I can only describe as anticipate future crimes that haven't happened yet, but almost certainly will at some point. Uh,
Yeah.
it's definitely one of its most exceptional strengths. And this is
It is
another.
also worth
This is one of those
knowing
moments. What was that?
the amount of interest you would get over 30 years in offshore bank accounts from what must be several $1,000,000 is crazy.
Yeah.
No, yeah, that would build quick. If you're already in the 7-digit range, that just
If
stacks
there
up.
is if there is a single blue blood remaining, they have a concussive amount of money to work with.
Even the worst interest rates would turn that from 7 figures to low 9 figures.
Yeah, no, that would be a culturally devastating amount of money, most likely. I would imagine.
Crash the Nasdaq type level of money. Does that answer your question as to why they'd target Makoto?
Great sci-fi isn't predicting the car; it's predicting the car crash. Who said that? Because that's a great fucking line, and I need to know where that originated from.
Shout the fuck out to Mute Radio for pulling that quote out. Please tell us where you got it from.
Yeah, no, that I may need to quote that quote. That's good shit. I've never heard
Yeah,
that before.
that's going in a script.
No, and you know it doesn't. Because if they thought they could lock you out of your coffers by killing Makoto, they wouldn't be trying to take him alive.
You're paying attention. I like that. We don't use GFA, and Makoto is the heir to House Ikaria, to the Ikaria Financial Group. He'd never be tied to our legitimate banking information.
Why not? What if he wants to buy a lollipop?
A lollipop would be provided for him. The family's black market proceeds and its white market holdings must never mix.
You divided your house right down the middle? Pardon the expression, but how can you stand?
Atop the backs of many.
And you take all this division that seriously?
Deadly seriously. That is our family's rule, dating back centuries.
Frederick Pohl, noted. Frederick Pohl. I am internalizing that, and I'm adding that into my internal lexicon.
I'm going to screen cap that for you and put it in. Probably just, I'll just DM it to you and pin it.
When I make the inevitable of the devil video, I may in fact, it will probably end up in there because that really nails it on the fucking head.
I've DM'd it to you and pinned it.
Sounds good. 1 second.
So again, shout out to Mute Radio. Thank you for that.
Okay, let me see here.
Either you serve the house or you serve its interests. Never both.
So you're assigned to either the criminal organization, what's registered as the IFG, or to managing the family's legitimate business and holdings, like Renegin. But that means you
are nearly as much of an outsider to the Ikaria Financial Group as you are.
Nearly is doing a lot of work there. Who do you answer to, then? Who controls the Ikaria's legitimate empire?
Until Makoto marries his mother.
And I take it Makoto isn't solely responsible for the house's affairs at his age.
Makoto wields great authority as the heir. But yes, the house is led by his father Raphael, and more directly, by his grandfather. Our patriarch, Daisuke Ikaria.
I see. That puts me back where I started. The Blue Bloods want to hold the Blue Bloods want to hold Makoto hostage to gain leverage on the likes of Daisuke.
How can I put this? Had things gone even slightly different 30 years ago, the Blue Bloods would be the ones shaking hands with politicians, marrying ambassadors, and sitting in boardrooms. Some of them believe it can still be so, if the right match were made.
They want to marry into House Ikaria? But Makoto's and all the real Blue Bloods are older than.
They'd find an age-appropriate adoption. You're missing the point. They need Makoto alive and well to negotiate that kind of reversal of fortune.
So they've been trying to capture him for the past year. But every Blue Blood I met today seemed to care a lot more about getting revenge for their dead men than kidnapping a preteen.
How many of them do you think Sasuke's cut down in the last year he spent repelling their attempts?
Is that a source of internal conflict? If the old guard are throwing young bloods into an Ikaria shredder en masse trying to capture Makoto just to elevate themselves, I suppose that might all total up to enough motivation for them to torture Sosuke. Yeah.
Hmm. I'd heard Sasuke was wounded. No one informed me he had been tortured.
You know him, I take it.
As you've gathered, Sasuke deals in matters unrelated to my side of the family. But he is still family. Speaking of my side, I have a duty as a representative of my wing of the house to stress that we do not want this trial to be prolonged.
So the bean counters don't care for the extra attention. That makes sense. Do you care about the outcome?
A win is always preferable.
But not a necessity. Makoto Ikaria hired me to prove Sosuke's innocence. If he's the one signing the checks.
Did he say why he hired you? He hired you for 2 reasons. Reason 1, his options are limited. More limited than he suggested, no doubt, to keep a strong front. The entire house is currently being audited by the state. Our usual legion of lawyers and accountants are already filling hours as fast as they can, so he wouldn't have his pick of the litter.
So one half of the family can't talk business at the dinner table with the other half, but you share a pool of lawyers.
Lawyers can be trusted to be discreet, can they not?
Yeah, we can read between the lines.
So then you'll understand reason 2. Whatever lawyer he did find through the Ikaria's usual connections would, like me, do whatever is best for the house as a whole.
And not what's best for Sosuke.
I'll make an amendment. 3 reasons. Makoto knew that if he didn't assign him any lawyer, Sosuke would just stay silent as the state dragged him off to be chained, rather than inconvenience the house any further.
Well, yeah. I've known Sosuke for less than a day, and even I can tell he's never seen a cross he wouldn't jump at the opportunity to bear. That explains why Makoto would hire someone without connections to the Ikaria. You slow rolling another addendum that'll clear up why on earth my name came across his desk? Littered with crayons and timetables, I'm sure it was.
Hmm. Hmm.
Hmm.
I hope I've been able to elucidate matters for you, Counselor Morgan.
Masterfully subtle way to say we're done talking.
Now, I might ask you a small favor in return. Pass this message to Sasuke. If you see a way out, take it.
Do you understand what you're asking him to do? Even if Sosuke took a plea bargain, even if I somehow got the other charges reduced to manslaughter, self-defense, the state thinks he killed a cop.
The message is for Sosuke, not you. Your interpretation of it is irrelevant.
End of conversation. As she reaches the exit, she turns back to look at me, lingering in the doorway like the warm buzz of a strong, dark cocktail.
But your assessment is correct. If this were just 4 dead blue bloods, our dim little underworld could balance out the ledger unassisted. If that cop hadn't shown up last night.
Do you know something about the late Officer Chopin?
City in mourning after death of city councilman's beloved adoptive son in the line of duty. All I know is that his funeral dirge will make those 4 boys' death sound like a disinterested sigh. I must admit, you have a lovely apartment, Counselor.
Changing subjects as subtly as a bullet train hopping on its tracks.
Quite spacious for a defense attorney.
Yeah, place wouldn't sell after the tram route got diverted. I negotiated down the rent, then installed all the soundproofing myself.
Can't open the windows without being treated to the sounds of the city, then.
There's always a cost.
That's one mystery solved, then, isn't it? Enjoy the rest of your quiet evening, Counselor.
The door glides to a close behind her, easy as a question left unasked. I'm left here, hanging by a single held breath of stillness, listening as the deafened thud of her honor guard's implied violence stomps down the hallway behind her. I was still leaned back in my chair, staring holes into my ceiling long after the scent of her expensive tobacco had faded into null. I also have to say, I like very, very obvious surface level praise and observation to make, but I do love how noir that whole bit was. It was very, very good noir. I fuck with it severely.
It was. Are my mic issues that everybody's DMing me about fixed now?
I think.
No.
Oh, okay. No, no. I think your noise suppress. Okay, bye. God damn it. Hello, welcome back.
How about now? Hello?
No, I think your noise suppression is off.
That's odd. That's really silly.
I know I had a thing a couple days ago where Discord just abruptly turned my noise suppression off.
How about now? We good?
Yep, there we go. It was
Yeah,
literally that.
there
Called
we
it.
go.
Called it.
Wow, thanks, Discord. I was so proud of that performance. Whatever.
It was a good
I'm not
performance.
mad.
It was like
If I get mad, I'm gonna go insane.
It didn't ruin your takes. It's just also that thing where like it all. I know you wouldn't want to sound like that.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It is what it is.
But it's fine.
It is what
It's
it
fine.
is.
We took care of it.
$200 and I'll say good girl as Mirai.
Yeah, that holds. That's legally binding.
Not only that, but I will record it and put it in Ruby's server as a file for anyone to download.
Yeah.
Damn.
Stolen valor. True. Yeah. Actually, no, I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna be nice tonight. I'm gonna be kind.
No.
No.
This is an open forum.
No, it's fine. I think it's completely respectable that you are role playing a top, you know? I think that's a good acting role, you know? It's stretching your range, shall we say.
You can't tell, but my arms are crossed right now and I'm pouting.
That only reinforces precisely what I'm deeply, deeply implying.
How dare you, first off. Second, what is a switch if not at least a half top?
I suppose.
That's a Sarah +1.
That's a Sarah +1.
Wow.
Oh, damning.
You know that image of Vegeta getting shot through the chest? That's me right now.
Good.
Holy Moses.
Moses can't
Yeah.
save you.
Yes, chat, it's implying, because I haven't bluntly stated that I'm accusing her of being a huge pillowy bottom. I have not done that.
Pillowy?
I will not be doing that. In no way, shape, or form have I, in any state, declared unambiguously that Alice is a bottom. I did not say that.
Yay, pillows.
I
I
didn't
think
say
pillow
that.
is as good as you're getting, Alice.
Why is everyone so
really-
upset? I literally
Are you
didn't
really
say
gonna think
that.
about it? Are you really gonna think about it?
I'm getting the +2s for Morgan. God damn it.
No, yeah, you were. You know, the reason I'm biting my tongue is because of the devil will own you for me.
I'm willing to. I'll suffer those blows. I'm brave enough. Okay, now let me see here. I was still leaned back in my chair, staring holes into my ceiling long after the scent of her expensive tobacco had faded into null. Savoring it while it lasted was beyond me at the moment. My attention's elsewhere. This case is knotted and twisted like a gnarled oak. Just when I think I found my rhythm, the blade runs dull. Carving is an exercise in patience and vision. You need to start with a clear picture of what you want. I want some answers. But for now, I'll sleep. Tomorrow in court, I'll just have to keep whittling away at the wood until I fashion something halfway usable. And, well, if that doesn't work, I'll use a chainsaw.
How you feeling so far, Rue?
Ooh, we cooking.
Hey, cool kid.
Ooh.
Yeah, you. Trying to look all stoic, staring out the window. A little late to try and look detached after that thing you pulled the other day.
Mm.
So that wasn't a joke? Making that announcement in front of the class? You trying to start a detective club or something? What, mysteries? disappearing cleaning supplies, books not getting returned to the library. Sounds lame. Well, not like that's your fault. Everything's lame. Like finding members, everyone around here already knows what we're gonna do after school. And tomorrow, and next year. They're all staring down the barrel of a lucrative career in telling other companies how to provide web services or whatever the hell this is supposed to train us. A lawyer? If you say so, cool kid. The Megas will probably have robots doing that by the time you graduate, but sure. Law school's supposed to be hard to get into. You don't need a record that doesn't suck. Getting the club you started shut down because you couldn't get anyone to join probably won't help. Wow, so confident. You really are a cool kid.
I hate everything, bro. I hate everything.
How you feeling after that, Rue?
Yeah, you good there? Yeah, you good?
So I guess I'm now obliged to self-report. Yeah, get those +1 readies, I guess. Fuck. I when I was a kid, multiple times, I tried to start various clubs. Uh, basically as a way of just trying to find people who shared interests with me, because this was also like I don't want to act like nerds were like a super persecuted minority in the mid like thousands, you know, or the late 90s even, but like, you know, it wasn't, nerd stuff wasn't chic like it is now, you know, like Marvel was not mainstream, you know, and so like for a kid who's into video games and like trading cards and Yu-Gi-Oh and anime and that shit, you know, you try and make connections where you can, and you try and uh, throw up the signal to see who has the same interests as you, because most people don't. Uh, and that doing that in front of a bunch of kids turns out makes you very vulnerable. It makes you very vulnerable to a lot of scorn and mockery and ridicule for being dumb enough to even try in the first place. Not the +77 jackpot, dog.
This
Damn.
is evil, chat. Don't be too hard on her.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I give. As of this moment, right now. I'm giving them permission to bully me. This is fine. This is fine. This is cathartic. This is healing. But yeah, no, like, I will preface that by saying that by the time I got to high school, I'd mostly found my people, as it were. But like basically the entire time before that, I was very much a loner and very much got accused of trying to be cool and edgy when I sincerely just wanted to be left the fuck alone, because I was so tired of interacting with people, because it was only ever like negative interactions. Uh, so I feel that. I feel that dream sequence, and yeah, this is a big +5 billion Morgan moment. It must be said.
You really are a cool kid.
Yeah,
You
sincerity
are
must be
cool.
punished, especially when you're a child. The worst thing you can do as a kid in school is be sincere and excited and like care about something that other people don't. Don't do that unless you really want to. Not +5 million. Fuck.
Damn.
Uh,
It's so funny that
is
then for a lot of people that you get to adulthood. Let me finish, bitch.
I
Damn.
know.
When in adulthood, a lot of people crave that sincerity and could use a good heaping helping. of that sincerity, that actual laying your heart out as it is. And it's something that a lot of us either lose if we're subject to that or have a hard time expressing.
Even as a teenager, I really, really loved Pink Floyd's The Wall. And I didn't fully appreciate what it entirely meant until I was older, but emotionally I grokked it intuitively. You know what I mean? And like I immediately understood it in a intimate and foundational way. And I think that kind of sums up everything for me. And anyone who hasn't heard or seen Pink Floyd's The Wall, go add that to your life. It's fucking phenomenal.
It's both the album itself standalone and the film around it are exceptional pieces of work, and I
Genuinely might
cannot
be the
get
reason I
on
have a
movie
theater
harder.
degree, because like I
I
got
agree.
I got into theater by way of getting into rock operas when I was a kid, and like the Wall was my favorite. Like American Idiot was also really high up there, but also even as a kid, I didn't think American Idiot was a very good opera. It was just a really good album. I actually feel better about it as an opera these days, but even then, like it doesn't have the cohesion that the Wall has. Um, but yeah, uh, rough. School sucks. School sucks. I love
It's
kids, treat kids well, be kind to kids, but when you're a kid, other kids are fucking nightmare. Teenagers scare the living shit out of me. There we go. That says everything. Done.
Yeah, I'm gonna also be a little bit transparent. I'm a librarian for it's like a weird elementary middle school combination, right? A K through 8 school. I'm seeing all these walks of life, and let me tell you, more things change, more they stay the same.
Yeah, no.
It's
I mean it's one of
rough.
those things that like especially the culture of where we're at least. The culture of America and American schools specifically and especially uh like it's definitely changed. I have no doubt it's changed quite a bit, especially with the introduction of electronics. And like when I was leaving high school was around the time that like smartphones were getting introduced. Like the rich kids in my class had a smartphone and everyone would gather around because it was a fucking novelty. I'm aging myself so bad. I need to go get my back checked. But like I have no doubt in a myriad of ways it would be utterly fucking unrecognizable, but also with the nature of like pop culture and consumerism and the like social expectations. I hope gay kids are treated at least 1% better because I remember I remember when I was in high school, if you were gay, you were a celebrity at the school and not in a good way. Everyone
I
had to have an
have,
Yeah.
opinion on you.
I'll let you know, like, as a parent of, gay children, multiple, um, I will say it's changed a lot when it comes down to it.
That's something.
Coming, yes, coming from what they've told me from their middle school, which is of course a little different too, because I'm that one person. It's like you're gonna go into a magnet STEM school. I want you to focus on math and science. But some of the culture in there is still the same. They still get ridiculed by a couple things, and I will say, elementary school was a little harsher than middle school in
Yeah.
terms of that, surprisingly enough. In middle school, there's been a couple of times where my kids have told me that there was a that some they curse like sailors, but that's to
Of
be
course.
Oh
expected.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
absolutely they do.
And you are more judged
I,
by your interests rather than your sexuality or your orientation.
there we go.
You
That
can be,
explains it.
yes, you can be trans, you can
Yeah,
be gay and open and proud, but oh, you like that YouTuber, you
e-
watch that YouTuber,
exactly.
wow, you
The
suck.
consumerism of it all. You know,
Yes.
like when like the example that comes to mind immediately for me when I was a kid is like if you were into the wrong kind of music, like kids who were into like Attack and like that specific kind of like metalcore, A Day to Remember, Sleeping with Sirens, you were so cringe. You were so fucking cringe, and we had nothing to do with you because we listened to cool metal, fucking, and like that I don't think has changed because it hasn't changed within the broader culture in any meaningful way. If anything,
Mhm.
it's gotten way worse. Like I feel like the need to identify I like ourselves and our communities by the things we consume is a thing that's only gotten more ingrained. And yes, I recognize the irony of saying this on my personal Twitch stream. You know, it's a complicated topic. It's a complicated subject with a lot of thorns on it. But like, uh, I wouldn't that I'm not surprised hasn't changed in the least. But I am
Mhm.
very glad to hear that at least kids are allowed to be gay without it automatically being a social hazard at
Mhm.
least in certain parts of the country. Yeah, cool
If
metal, like Five Finger Death Punch. There we go.
shut up.
Oh.
If I may, if I may capstone
Job
this
for a
conversation
cowboy.
well, if I to capstone this conversation before we go back, Tony Kong earlier in the chat, huge Pong moment in high school was when Pokemon Black and White came out. Everyone was like, "Yo, wait, Pokemon's fucking awesome." There is a timeless awkward zombie comic I think about. Awkward Zombie is just kind of a variety, funny,
I know what
I
you're
think
gonna
weekly
Katie
say.
comic.
Triptych, I think was her name.
Katie Tetrick.
T
Yes,
Trick, T Trick.
I'm pretty sure it's Tetrick. I could be wrong. Katie, sorry. Uh, the comic is like grade school, everyone loves Pokemon. High
Oh
school,
yeah.
Katie's playing Pokemon. Everyone's like, "Are you seriously playing Pokemon?" College, everyone's fucking playing
I,
Pokemon, and
I'm
that's
on.
how it is.
I'm on the fourth phase where I've aged out of Pokemon for a second time. Uh, but like that was exactly what happened. Like I played the shit out of Pokemon as a kid. I dropped it in high school, and then when I went into college, I got super fucking into it, like competitive battling into it. And then Sun and Moon happened, and I was like, I think I'm good. I think I'm good.
Yeah,
It was Scarlet
But
and Violet for me.
anyways, shall we? This has been a good talk.
I do you feel
I
a little bit of catharsis seeping in?
a bit. Like again, like I already knew I related to Morgan, and it is upsetting. It is. The parallels piss me off, dog. It makes me fucking mad. That's the there. We'll just go with that. I'll just be as blunt force as I can about it. This shit makes me mad. I hate being seen. No one's supposed to be able to identify me in any way. Which it's
Uh,
okay. That yeah. Go ahead. Give me
I will
plus one for
say,
that.
Mhm. Mhm.
God,
food I
fuck.
ordered for Jaime and I should be here somewhat soon. We could probably get the scene started. But then I'm gonna step away to grab it and then I don't know, kick Jaime in the ribs and wake him up or something. This is a
Who
joke. I love my husband.
were you, Sasuke? Alice?
No, that would be
Yeah, I
Connor.
would
Yeah,
like to
Yeah,
Connor.
speak.
that's Connor.
Yeah, Connor.
Kelly,
Yes.
Martin, please. This is.
Hold still and relax. This will be over soon.
I. I. I thought you were joking about the makeup.
Of course I wasn't joking. A face like yours is invaluable in the courtroom.
And you think covering me in concealer and blush and applying eyeliner will help me appeal to what demographic exactly?
You know the names of all this stuff?
I'm a modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup.
Let me force fem him. Let me force fem
You
him.
have no idea
Let me
many
force fem him.
people
Let me force fem him.
want to force fem
Let me
Sosuke.
force fem him.
You have no idea, Rue.
I think we can. I think we can figure it out.
I can change your pronouns.
Oh, they?
Shut up.
Is that your eyebrow gel?
Oh,
So last season.
yes.
It's cakey.
Bitch. Do you want to do the rest?
I think some of the jury might find that his wounds make him look rugged.
Chat, I'll defend the client when he stops making me defend my makeup.
And furthermore, from an aesthetic perspective, leaving some of his buttons undone, well...
Excuse me.
You're clearly a very devoted martial artist, Sosuke. You should be proud to display your well-defined collarbones as the fruit of your efforts.
Show your tits.
Just hold still.
Collarbone?
Appearances matter in the courtroom. 95% of defendants who are ever seen in prison garb at trial are found guilty.
I don't doubt your tactics work, Morgan.
My tactics included getting your suit pressed. Do you want me to wrinkle it back up?
I just find them unpalatable. Trying to get the jury, these civilians, to pity me is shameful.
You're worried about honor. Really? You're already a cybernetic ninja, Sosuke. Don't be a stereotype. You ever just feel words leave your mouth and then immediately be like, that's horrible. I had to say that.
Don't call other people stereotypes.
You can't say that, Morgan. That's fucked up.
Morgan,
white
you can't
baby.
be saying that.
Morgan, you cannot be saying that, white baby. He's right, Adonai.
Morgan unwoke moments.
And he's more of a cybernetic samurai. You're doing dark woke wrong. Let me show you. And he's more of a cybernetic samurai since he swore himself to a wealthy land-owning noble.
I mean, for what it's worth, that's a fair point. I'm confused, Sosuke. Is it honorable how your family makes their money? Made their money?
May I have a second?
Of course.
Okay, I'll be right back. Fuck you. I'll
I'm
be
not
here in a
talking.
second.
I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about having principles. Yes, they're subjective, and yes, they can be hypocritical. But the further you stray from the common path, the more you need them.
Oh god, it is the MGR samurai or ninja debate again. Shit. Raiden doesn't serve any landowners. This reinforces my point.
He's a Ronin, you idiot.
I mean, yeah, did he ever have a master, really?
The U.S.
That's-
government.
For
I
like
mean,
5
that's
minutes,
kind of-
and then he killed the president.
I don't think a Ronin is defined by being temporarily dispossessed of a master. I think it's defined solely as not having a master in this moment.
That doesn't debunk what I said, but I don't want to fall down this rabbit hole for the next hour. Let's persevere.
Yeah,
Alex-
because we would.
Or actually, go.
I mean, what about her? What would Sarah be like if she didn't have tenets to guide her programming?
Lamau?
I can only imagine. But some people, believe it or not, enjoy their freedoms.
Adrift in the middle of an ocean, you're free to go in whatever direction you want. But without a compass, you'll just die of exposure.
Sosuke heard about corporate enslavement and was like, thank God, a purpose! Fuck yes! Existentialism? Don't need it. I have meaning. We're good. We're good.
I do hate to ask. The food just got here. Do you mind if I take 5 minutes to see if Jaime's also up?
By all means.
I shall return to.
I will.
In the meantime, let us discuss.
Actually, Noah, would you like to be Sarah while Alice is gone? If Noah's here?
Yes.
Okay. If you only follow exactly what a compass says, you'll sail north until you freeze to death.
The point is, if you have a compass, you know which direction north is.
Fortunate for us all, then, that the state is a 1,000,000 megawatt North Star pointing towards complacency at all times.
And the media is like the wind. And without wind...
1 second.
You'll get stuck in the tide.
It was a nice try, Sarah. Forget it. Do whatever you want with your brushes, woman.
That does feel like something you would say to me, Connor. And you're pouting again. Great. Sarah, just keep him talking.
What if I'm talking? How will you?
Trust me, I've done more delicate work before. Sarah, small talk.
Gladly, Adonai. Sosuke, do you happen to have any tattoos?
Are the jury going to ask about that or something?
They might.
Oh. Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I do have a tattoo. A kamainu on my back.
Kumainu, a guardian dog.
It's one of those freaky little guys you see sitting outside shrines.
Oh, cute. You have a tattoo of a dog.
It's a fierce guardian deity.
Like a Labrador or...
Like a great fierce...
What kind of puppy boy are you? Speak up, I can't hear.
Oh my god.
A big dog.
Big dog. Perhaps you should have it changed to some other design, like, say, like a dragon.
Boo. Boo.
What a terribly timed joke.
Boo.
What a
Boo.
dog shit way to have seen that joke.
I can't decide if this is the
At
best
least
or
I
worst
make
line in the
myself
game.
laugh.
This is either the best or worst line in the game, and I genuinely can't decide which. It pisses me off so fucking much. It's so fucking shit, but it's supposed to be. God damn
There's
it.
no switching.
The buyer's remorse must be unbearable.
There's no buyer's remorse.
I
I must
just
point
returned. I
out-
missed a funny moment.
The like a dragon.
Yeah.
Ryoga Gotoku, Morgan.
I must point
hate this
out,
line.
today I did receive a series of shirts that I bought for the express purpose of looking like an insane white Yakuza.
He pulls it off really well.
Okay,
know.
that's not-
Okay.
You
No.
can
Shit.
just join a street gang.
Alice.
There must be
Alice.
hooliganism near where you live.
What do you?
There
Don't you
is,
start
but it's
Alicing
sports
me.
based. Alice,
Okay,
look
he
at this
sent me a
shirt.
photo. He sent me a photo.
Ruby, I'm
Okay.
also sending you the shirt.
You
Okay.
look like an 80s
Yeah.
action movie
Give
star.
me.
What did I
like
come
for,
back to?
But like
Perfect.
for a
I
fucking
am
What
also
the-
sending you a
What
picture
the fuck
of my
are you
awful
wearing,
Yakuza
bro?
shirt.
Why do you
It's
look like you're in
red
Boogie Nights?
snakeskin.
Hold on, can I put this on stream?
It's crop it so that it's just the shirt, please?
I
Like crop it down to from my neckline to the bottom of my fingers, and it's fine.
Connor, you cannot wear that with that facial hair. I'm sorry.
That-
First off, you
Why
look
not?
good, but you
It
look
looks
good in the
good.
same way that like an '80s action star looked
You
good.
see, I told
Is he
him
looking like a
get
pimp named
cowboy
Slickback?
boots
he
and
is
his hat.
looking like a pimp named Slickback.
No, he doesn't. It's not that bad.
I'm naming this file Pimp.
Imp.
Okay, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Browse.
But yeah, me and Clark were specifically looking for the most Yakuza ass shirts we could find, and I saw a bunch of them, and I was like, "Damn,
Okay, there we go. There
these
we
are
go.
good. I want one."
It's. Look at
I'm
this
so-
fucking shirt. Look at this fucking shirt.
I'm waiting for it to show up on Twitch.
Oh my god, dude.
It's
Bro,
good.
this
It's
is
good,
like
isn't it,
photo
guys?
evidence. This is like photo evidence of your uncle that was part of the IRA.
Isn't it good? Isn't it a good shirt?
It's a good shirt. It's a good
It's
shirt.
a good
I-
shirt.
You need to
It's
accessorize
really
it.
it's really giving like floor at the Shining Hotel, but chic.
There's so many comments.
You
for
look like a
you.
female astronaut.
Astronaut
husband. What the fuck does that mean? What do you mean by that?
Oh
That's
my god.
crazy. Work.
It's
is
giving
crazy
fun
fucking
uncle at the
work.
wedding.
I'll go at the wedding.
Oh god. So
You
what's
just
the
got
name
back.
of your
They're
psychedelic
making
rock
fun of my
band?
nice shirt.
They are
Um,
nice.
Coochie bum.
You play bass, right?
A little. I dabble.
Does
I
it-
can
it
tell
needs
because of
to
the
You look at my
be-
look at my
It's
Look at my
giving-
powerful
this shirt
fingers
gives
and
Harry
tell
Dubois
me.
stat bonuses.
used car salesman named
Cowboy
Saul.
office worker.
This really does need like jewelry and like a nice wristwatch and then like an outrageous belt and buckle and then you're set. But like by itself, it just looks sad, you know.
Oh,
Oh
hey,
my
everybody,
God.
Jaime's back.
Hello.
Everybody, cheer
Hello.
for Jaime.
Yes, cheer for Jaime.
Seen
for
seen
Jaime.
Tupac get resurrected.
God,
Gave
we
me so
we
much
forgot
fucking
about
damage.
that. We were so excited
I
about
did also
fucking
buy-
FF7 Revelation that we forgot to talk about the fucking indignity of just dropping Tupac into a fucking Yakuza game. I know it's not Yakuza. I don't care. It's that. It's one of those. The
It
RPG?
basically, yeah, Ryu ga Gotoku, yeah, RGG. Oh,
Oh, for
Elliot
anyone
Kitty,
who
you didn't
doesn't know.
that.
Who wants to explain? Who wants
Yeah.
to explain?
I'll do it because you know what? I've
you
had
you
a
have
long
more context than I do.
storied history. So,
Yes.
Ryu ga Gotoku Studios or RGG, they're the guys behind the Yakuza series. So for a while now, and this requires context of
Drug
something
dealer trying to
earlier.
get you to invest in his legitimate business score.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. That just got me good.
That's really good. The Super Curio Boros
Well,
franchise, yeah.
I mean, I suppose that would be a Yakuza fit. I guess that is an accurate description.
It
then.
is. It is. But
He
like,
said he
okay,
wanted
so
to make it a Yakuza.
It's working.
Yeah, explicitly.
It's
we're
working.
good. Okay, so
This is not even the most insane shirt I could have bought, by the way.
That
all right, I'm trying to give context for the
yeah,
thing.
of course.
Yeah. So essentially, the last year has not been kind to the Yakuza devs, simply because the developer studio has been, to put it lightly, fucking asshats. They refused to remove an actor who was convicted of sexual assault and has had a bad history of DV, domestic violence. And this wasn't just like a Western thing. This was also in Japan too, where they're like saying, "Hey, cut this out." And then also people pointing out, "Hey, there's a bunch of like anti-Chinese, anti-Korean, skeevy, racist shit in like in your games, and you still haven't like addressed that either." And then now, a few months ago, they announced Stranger Than Heaven, and
they're like, "Oh, Snoop Dogg's in it," and I'm like, "Weird,
Snoop Dogg will
weird
show up
fucking
anywhere
pull."
for a check. Literally anywhere.
Yeah.
You can.
Yeah,
you-
but still,
I need the world to understand this. Snoop Dogg was on Corey Feldman's solo album, and if you want to hear the worst rap verse that Snoop Dogg has ever did, go listen to "Go For It," because "Go For It" by Corey Feldman. It's so bad it's good. So
It's
bad,
bad.
genuine.
No,
So bad it's good. Continue.
Also, Snoop Dogg is a piece of shit because he showed up to the
He
Trump's
was at the
inauguration,
inauguration.
and he's been grifting for like MAGA
Again, he
shits
just
for,
shows
like,
up
a while.
anywhere there's money. That's all
Yeah.
he cares about. That's his only principle.
Yeah, and then so when he showed up in advertisements for the game, I was like, that's a bit sus. Whatever, it's fine. Hopefully the character won't have that big of a fucking impact. Because the game itself looked interesting. But I wasn't going to buy it day one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then this shit happened. Where Snoop has the fucking balls to stay on stage. I think this is something that he would have liked.
This is what Tupac
like-
would have liked.
They said this is what the Tupac
This
estate
is
would like.
this is what he would have wanted. And
Yeah, no, they said they got his estate's permission.
it just made
but he
sense.
specifically- Yeah,
he
but they
literally said it
specifically
just made
used-
sense to do this, and I'm like, no, dude, I cannot believe that this was the only logical path of action left to you. It could not be. I refuse.
It also like, I don't know, like, this series does have a habit of like casting well-known Japanese actors as characters, and like it's not too immersion breaking, but it can be like Takashi Miike. It's like that was very fucking immersion breaking.
Mhm.
But this is just bad because this is a fucking
I
dead
mean,
person.
yeah, no, like genuinely, I consider it quite gross. Like speaking as someone who loves video games, as someone who loves acting, as someone who loves Tupac, as someone who loves hip hop, it's repellent to me on an ethical level. It genuinely smacks. You know what it reminds? Oh shit! You know what it actually reminds me of? Is that fucking AI verse that Drake did during the beef a few years ago, where he had the AI Tupac. That emotionally it hits the exact same note for me. I don't give a fuck where they're getting the lines from. I don't care if they found someone who can do the world's most flawless Tupac impression. It's still the same resonance of we are puppeting around a dead man to progress art that he did not consent to be a part of.
Yeah, like, and it's very telling that they've been very quiet and they haven't.
AI
like,
Snoop was on that song. It was AI Snoop because Drake is a fucking hack.
Yeah, no, and I think it's very telling that the studio heads have not explained whether or not this is just a character and they have somebody else voicing him and it's not Tupac, or they just AI generated Tupac's voice.
I think they kind of implied that like one of Tupac's like younger relatives would be voicing him, but I don't know. We'll see. Either way, gross.
It's bad.
Gross.
Terrible.
Anyways, shall we?
Yes.
Welcome back to hell, Jaime.
Lift your chin.
You really think they'll feel bad for me because of some cuts and scrapes?
You're not good at listening to instructions, are you? The prosecution has to get 12 strangers to agree that you killed 5 men. Each charge has to be unanimous. A perfect score. So any chip damage we can do, any doubt we can sow, we take it. And any advantage we're given, we make full use of it.
But the advantage you're talking about is my face.
Are you really not used to this kind of attention, Sasuke?
Look, it may be true that at some times some women have expressed.
And men, no doubt.
Okay.
Oh, she's an
All
ally.
I'm saying is that there's a difference between knowing your strengths and powdering up. like this?
Pretend it's war paint.
Is that how you see it?
No, but I'm a grown-up.
Eh,
I love her. I love her.
Thank you for entertaining my questions last night, Sosuke.
Did she ask you about your dimensions?
The subject might have come up.
She's a talkative one, isn't she?
Sorry if she kept you up all night.
No, she's no trouble. Just curious. Reminds me of... We discussed history.
Oh, well then she must have put you right to sleep.
Adonai, it was his choice of subject.
So you read history, Sosuke? Here I assumed you spent all your free time frowning in the corners of rooms with your arms crossed.
We talked about the Roman Empire.
I'm so happy he thinks about the Roman Empire. I'm so happy he thinks about the Roman Empire. That's so funny. That's so very
We
funny.
talked about the Roman Empire for your information.
And criminal empires.
Nothing too detailed, I hope.
But Sosuke, I still don't understand. What did you mean when you said criminal organizations used to be structured differently?
Only that the old ways don't fit in our new 21st century world.
Old ways.
Well,
He's talking about race, Sarah.
Race? I don't understand.
Well, that's to be expected. After all, you share 98% of your components with a washing machine.
oh,
that's
The
what-
might
That-
the
That is an untrue and unflattering comparison.
it's just so unprovoked.
Bitch.
Maybe you do get it.
Look, Sarah. Names like Mafia, Gokuto, Sanhehui, they all came from different cultures, but they all refer to a kind of path. An outsider's path, and the pride that comes with living by your own set of rules. Those were the first criminal organizations. Underground guilds, lending systems, militias, secret societies.
Oh, sure. They were basically just big friendly charities.
Then the world got smaller, and people started moving around, and the mafia changed. It became a way for immigrants to band together to have some kind of power in places that wouldn't give them a chance at anything remotely respectable. But the world kept getting smaller and more complex, and eventually that kind of community couldn't form, let alone survive.
Why?
Not enough shared experiences.
Interesting.
Shared experiences, I see.
Fancy way of saying the internet came along.
Well, yes. Technology negates the physical distance between people. When you spend most of your life online, you end up with more in common with people on the other side of the planet than your own neighbors. just because of where your recommendations take you.
So the immigrant experience disappeared.
Fractured, more like cracked into a million shards with a hammer. While generational or economic experiences got cemented. The world is more diverse and varied than it's ever been in every sense. Except economically.
Wealth inequity is at historical highs. Or wealth inequality is at historical highs.
As it has been every year far.
Since before I was born.
To answer your question, Sarah,
Reagan.
that's what binds the members of a criminal organization to one another. Their socioeconomic status. House Sicaria is at the top. The Blue Bloods lie below us. Within each organization, wealth is concentrated among the leadership, of course, but each mafia exists in entirely different strata.
I see. I've also read about an organization called the Rust being active here in the city. Are they in the poverty class then?
The Rust? I'd put them in the anarchy class. Glowing tattoos and spiked hair, chrome biceps and sharpened teeth. The Blue Bloods, for all their faults, can put on a tie and go to work, but I can't see the Rust experiencing any kind of social mobility.
Careful, Sosuke. If the Rust heard you being that classist.
The Rust wouldn't care about anything I said or who I stand with. They don't need any excuse to start ripping open modders and grabbing whatever they can.
Things like that happen in this city?
Only in the shadows, Sarah. Nowhere you'd ever find yourself.
Finally run out of steam.
On to the grim business, then. How'd things go with your investigation? That bad, was it?
Nonsense. It was pretty bad. With what I've seen so far, there's no one else who could have killed Chopin. Even if I managed to pick apart all the evidence for the pod's deaths, they've got a police officer who will swear on the stand that he arrested Sosuke standing over his partner's dead body.
What's it going to look like in there?
You've never been inside of a courtroom.
Never as a defendant. I'm just wondering how many cops I should expect.
In the gallery, a sea of blue. Cheap intimidation tactics.
Yes, but I can't fault them for that. We'd line up much the same for one of ours.
You say that, and yet I don't see any other Akari around here.
This is a completely different scenario. And the house can't afford to appear beside a cop killer when they're being audited by the state.
How understanding of you.
Adonai. I think Sosuke's sad that his friends haven't shown up.
Good catch.
You were hired by Makoto of House Sicaria, weren't you, Adonai? Surely he would want to be in attendance.
Don't be absurd. Makoto shouldn't be transported anywhere without a full security team. Besides which, he shouldn't be put through the long elevator ride to this 48th floor just for my sake.
What's so bad about an elevator ride?
Is he claustrophobic?
No. That is, yes. But you cannot tell anyone. Understand?
Who the hell would I tell that to?
Right.
Look, it's illegal to stream trial proceedings under most circumstances, but I'm sure House Ikaria doesn't mind paying a fine. They'll be watching from somewhere in the courtroom.
That would be a waste of the house's coin. But I suppose they might consider keeping an eye on the case's progression.
He's like a reverse tsundere. It's not like
Right?
it's not like I want you to not want me or anything.
Baka.
Baka. As will the blue blood.
Bad.
As will the blue bloods, no doubt.
Adonai. I think Sosuke's spirits have rallied.
Really? How could you tell?
He lifted his gaze, and his eyes seemed brighter as if...
Good, now try and keep his spirits high.
How do I do that?
Think of something fun!
Right. Sosuke, shall we arm wrestle?
She's going to kill him.
Oh.
I need her carnally.
Oh. Good morning, Morgan.
Good morning, Emma. You seem tired. Want to push this off till next week?
Actually, that sounds... Hey.
Sorry. But we'll be facing off soon enough. Why not savor the playfulness while we can?
Fair enough.
Losing sleep over this case?
Not really, no. Things look pretty cut and dry to me. What about you? You toss and turn all night before your big debut as a mob lawyer?
Not at all. I slept like a rock.
Lucky.
Why am I getting +1s? Why am I getting +1s? What the fuck did I do? What the fuck did I do?
You said you wanted to fuck Emma carnally.
Oh, goddamn it. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm filled with hatred.
I mean, I've been getting good night. I've been getting good rest, more or less. Just been having a lot of late nights recently.
Late nights? Like, going out.
No.
Emma remaining single is the thin line keeping Morgan from absolutely just going full Doom Eternal on a room full of corpos. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. That's the only reason she's not moving like this is Ultra Kill.
Oh.
No, just late night chats.
Chatting about what?
God, look at all of them. I've never seen so many cops in one building. I'd bring a marching band into
I'm not jealous.
courtroom if they could. Huh? Theater.
Right. Well, theater and trial weren't all that far apart back in ancient Greece. True.
Would hope we'd progressed since then.
You don't approve of this show of force, I take it.
Is it that obvious?
I'd like to say this is because of who Chopin's family is, but we both know that's not what this is really about. A cop is dead. The state wants to make it clear that that isn't tolerated.
Cops volunteer to defend our laws and protect us citizens.
Volunteers don't get paid. Besides, cops, courts, the state, all they can do is enforce the laws, not defend them.
Fun distinction.
Guns and arms can't defend against corrosion anyway. Rot comes from the deep.
So you'd rather that the death of a police officer get the same treatment as any other citizen?
Suppose it's not possible. They get increasingly fewer chances to play the victim every year, and they never let the opportunity pass.
Emma is so fascinating. Like I really need her full fucking backstory, because like, just as a theoretical foil to Morgan, she has a lot of inherent implications that kind of course through every bit about her. But the big thing that really stands out to me, especially in this moment, is the way, like, she very consistently recognizes the intricate and profound flaws of the system she has obligated herself to. She intuitively understands every problem with everything she engages with around her, and knows that it's bullshit, that it's rigged, that it's unfair, that it's unjust, that it's cruel, petty, and arbitrary, and then still doubling down and saying, it's what we've got, so the best we can do is use it as intended, because we don't have anything else.
It does remind me of like people that go into this with that kind of bright-eyed naivete of like, I can maybe change something, or I can be the change or whatever.
Yeah.
But like, obviously Emma, I think maybe deep down she still thinks like, maybe I can do something, or at least I can be a good prosecutor as opposed to the bad ones.
I think Emma's playing realpolitik. I think she is not engaging in this through a lens of morality or a world she would want to see. Hope does not enter her equation. I think she is every bit as like dour and like despair ridden as Morgan is. That's my prediction. I'll lay that down right now. But like, god damn it, I ADHD'd out. Fuck, I lost it. What was I saying?
Emma using her job as politicking as opposed to like a tool of morality.
Yeah. But she is someone who, she would be a very good American Democrat. She would be a very, very, very good American Democrat. Like, she would navigate.
That's the fucking best way to put it.
Genuinely, the read I get on her is kind of comparable to like AOC, for instance, someone who very clearly, I have no doubt, if I talk to AOC one-on-one, like person to person in the no exit room after we both die, like, yeah, she would be probably be pretty candid about, yeah, the system's broken, it's corrupt, it's fucked, there's no fixing it, it's all downhill, which is exactly why I gave everything I had to it, to try and do my best, not to make it better because it's not getting better, but to try and make it work in the way it was supposed to, the way it was promised to, because that's still
should
not
at least
ideal.
Have a reason to.
Exactly. If we are going to inflict horrendous cruelty upon society, it should at least be for the reasons we're saying it is.
The worst thing about the current hyper-capitalist machine is just how fucking bad it sucks at doing anything. Like,
yeah.
It's not even efficient. Like, grinding people into dust the way that it does isn't even the best way.
Yeah.
It barely works.
DuPont. Like, it's... And the fact that she aligns herself with the state as well, again, I have complicated feelings about that. I'm not very... Especially... I'm not especially pro-state, shall we say, but like the fact that she has. They've already laid out that there's no monoliths, as London so eloquently put it. There's factions. And the government is just another one of the factions. The state is just another. I knew me saying pro-state would fucking. I knew it. I
Yeah.
can't. I swear to fucking God, dude.
Didn't
Swear
want
to
to say
fucking God.
anything.
Everyone in call, I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. I'm really grateful that you
We'll
didn't
talk
take
about
that
your pro state
opportunity.
later, okay?
Chat,
I'm eating Tom.
fucking sit in the corner and think about what you've done. But like the fact that she's identified the state as like the best of the bad options, is very revealing of her as a person, especially as someone who, again, so transparently sees every fucking problem that just oozes out of every crack of this fucking world. And I find that really compelling because there's a lot of people I know in my own life who are very much like that. You know,
I mean, look at Mandami.
Yeah, Momdami is another great case study. You know, like, so there are so many people I know who like absolutely know the system is rigged and also know that like they can't even really meaningfully win it, but like we got to do something, and the best way we can do what's supposed to be done is by doing what was promised as effectively as possible. Glub glub, drinking water. Anyways, that's my rant for now. We'll see if I get more meat to bite into later. But I love Emma, and I need her backstory.
I must hear that.
Terrible, evil, turbo hell.
Glub glub.
No, the best I could hope for is that the state makes the same show for us whenever any crime is committed.
Okay, so never mind. Actually, she would be a fantastic Democrat. She'd be an amazing Democrat. Unfortunately, I do think she would become a. There's got to be some version of democratic fascist. Like, there's
Hillary
something.
Clinton.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton. Like, she's giving big Hillary Clinton right now. We've upgraded from AOC to Hillary.
Ooh, Harris.
Ooh, Harris.
Good,
No.
yeah.
Ooh, oof. But the thing is, the big difference is, like,
Kissinger.
Actually, Kissinger. Oh, ooh.
Kissinger
ooh.
wasn't
No,
a
actually,
fucking Democrat. He was a fucking diehard like right winger.
Yeah, no. She's not right wing enough. Kissinger is close. Kissinger is very close. It's definitely that same level of real politicking.
Oh yeah.
But cool.
It's an ideology based entirely on retribution.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very, very American.
Exceedingly.
If they treated every death like the death of a cop, maybe I could have caught HBK by now.
You're still on that.
Of course. Shooting deaths are down, but do you know how many missing person cases there are in this city? How many deaths get written up as mod harvesting attacks gone wrong? It's a big city, Morgan. More than enough blood running through the streets for HBA to launder their kills in.
You shouldn't joke like that.
What? You don't believe me? Just last month, missing person. The report was filed by their employer when they didn't show up to work 7 days after it had last been seen by anyone. They were just some part-time worker. No close friends. No family. They went to work, and they came home, paid their bills. And they disappeared. And no one cared, or even noticed until their job didn't get done and those bills went unpaid. No one noticed until they stopped buying in.
Fascinating.
The body was found a full 2 weeks later. The decay was...
What happened to them?
Blunt force to the back of the head. Something metallic with a sharp corner, we think.
It was a roughly cubed machine part I pulled from a dumpster nearby. It fit snugly in my hand, and it caved through his skull like a shovel through snow.
Kicked into the bay. Might not even have been weighed down. Just thrown away like a cheap.
That's terrible. Did you find any belongings on them?
No.
So, probably a mugging then, right?
No. There would have been other injuries from a struggle. And a thief who accidentally committed murder would be too panicked, too terrified to...
You know how muggers think now.
I can learn how anyone thinks.
Horrifying and also really hot thing to say.
Even HBK with a robust enough profile.
Well, good luck building it all by your lonesome.
I'm not working on this by myself. Sorry. All right. Did you want to beg for mercy real quick before we begin?
Now where would be the fun in that?
Chat, for $150, I'll say good girlism.
Oh my god.
You know other girls?
My birthday, yay.
Are
I
there
will
any
also
are there
say
any
things
other
for multiples of $10.
Are there any other girls in on the investigation team that you're talking to? I hope not. I hope not.
Why is that, counselor?
No reason. No reason.
Okay, whatever you say, Morgan.
Well, I'm homophobic, you see.
What was the Sarah line? I didn't get it.
Oh, whoops.
The courtroom gallery is quite full today, isn't it?
Awash in a sea of pissed off cops.
It doesn't exactly shore up one's confidence, does it?
5 counts of murder would be newsworthy any day of the week. Add in the fact that one of the bodies belongs to a cop, and a crowd was to be expected. Didn't think they'd be so quiet, though. Maybe they're all just waiting for the firing pistol before they start casting their stones. Don't let it get to you, Sosuke. They're just posturing.
Posturing, I understand.
Supernova, thank you for the tip.
How much?
$150.
Let me boot up my
Hooray.
Wow.
That will be
Supernova,
in the
thank you.
Discord.
That will be in the Discord. Right.
Let me see. I believe I have this set up. Yeah, there we go. It'll be in there. Thank
I've
you
got Audacity
very, very,
ready.
very much, Supernova. Deeply appreciated. Are
Okay.
you going to record that really quick?
I'm doing it right here now.
Okay,
Audacity's on.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride.
Happy Pride, my fucking ass. That's awesome. Okay, am I coming through clear enough?
Yeah, you're sounding good.
All right, gotta channel my Emma. I think this is good. Morgan, look at you. I didn't think you'd be able to do that. Good girl.
A+. I give a 5-star Yelp review.
I bet you would.
Yeah.
Good shit.
Was that to your satisfaction,
Fine
Supernova?
shit.
Endless retakes. Let's go,
go,
lesbians.
Let's go, lesbians.
Hell yeah.
I killed chat with that. You're welcome. I'm.
I think I have COVID.
Yippee!
5-star Yelp review is when you 5 whimpering Yelps to that response.
True.
Thanks, wet feet men. The username
Really elevates
really
it.
does. Yeah.
I've been in attendance for my share of tense negotiations. But the bloodlust in those rooms was always mutual.
You don't feel any animosity towards these cops.
I'm used to summoning my temper on command. I might have forgotten how to get angry for my own sake.
Nova, we very much appreciate you committing to the bit.
Thank you, Nova.
Thank you. You just worry about the jury.
What about the adjutant? They cannot be intimidated by muscle, bribed with cash, or disarmed with fine tailoring. All of which makes them quite favored when it comes to prosecuting organized crime.
Have you been in court many times before then?
It's an eye for an eye in the world we operate in. We don't file assault charges, we just answer them. Though even that has become rare. The house is elevated. Blue bloods and rust and all the rest of the rabble.
She can be bribed with girl-on-girl fighting, true.
Yeah.
We're beyond the reach now. And when it comes to our peers, we communicate very differently.
Must make being a bodyguard pretty boring.
I think your work sounds very rewarding and exciting, Sosuke.
Thank you.
Especially the other day when you were captured and beaten by your rivals.
This is true.
Yes.
These fucking two could be fucking Abbott and Costello. I swear to fucking God, dude. It's Go-Go and Dee Dee from fucking Waiting for Godot. Like,
What I was trying to hint at, Morgan, is that you should not be expecting assistance from the house.
honestly, the thought hadn't crossed my mind. Being on the winning side for once. What the hell would that even feel like?
So there won't be any men in black approaching the jury during lunch and offering them paper bags with cash?
Aww.
No.
Kicks the ground a bit. Well, if we do really badly, we won't even make it to lunch. So,
Sosuke, what are you staring at? Are you looking for the jury?
No, I know they aren't here. It used to be mandated that juries be physically present for court proceedings. People felt it was important that they look the accused in the eye.
To help them evaluate their character.
why bother? Most people suck at that. Always have. True.
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 Is that
Perhaps
plus
it
one
was
Sosuke
considered
or
part
plus
of the
one?
punishment
Is
then.
that plus one Morgan or plus one Sosuke for me?
It's +1 Morgan, but for Sosuke.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Don't ask how that works.
To have to look them in their eyes.
A punishment for the
Okay, it's
jury
both.
or the defendant?
All right, kiddos. Chins up, shoulders out. Show's about to start. Hmm.
I just remembered. Do you think the adjutant assigned to this particular case?
May I?
Go
Fuck
for it.
yes, please.
Obviously, it's gonna be me. Obviously. I mean, that's a gimme. Easy.
How?
It's
How?
80! What are the chances?
There should be at least 83 other personalities in the building's network. At least!
Well, Your Honor, thank you, for...
Presiding so honorably? I do try. Try. 'Cause it's a try-all.
Boo.
Boo.
Tougher crowd than usual. And that's not counting all the grim monoliths standing tall out there in the gallery. Who died?
5 people, Your Honor.
Yikes. What's the damage?
2 counts of manslaughter, 2 counts of homicide in the 2nd degree, and 1 count of homicide in the 1st degree.
Buddy, you trying to set a gold split with all that? Because what's with the record-setting grind set?
Butter.
If I may,
I love her.
when I played this on my own, there were numerous instances where I thought to myself, Brian Mulholland, I'm going to hunt you for sport.
Yeah,
And let me tell you, 80s writing is part of that. And I mean that affectionately.
of course.
The prosecution stands ready.
So shall we begin?
Right to it.
Your credit's always good here. Court is now in session.
Sick fucking screen. I love this.
Clean.
Now, let's crack open those opening statements and get this case summarized.
Gladly, Your Honor. People of the court. The defendant in this case is a man named Sosuke Ikaria. He was found at the scene of the crime where 2 men were shot to death. One was stabbed in the neck, another had their skull bashed in. And a police officer was impaled through the back with a sword. Young piece of shit. Please pardon any outbursts from the gallery that your mics may inadvertently pick up. Now, I understand that the scale of violence on display here today may intimidate you. But I want to stress to all of you now that your responsibility here today is neither taxing nor complex. You will hear testimony. You will be shown evidence. And all of it will point towards the truth. That the defendant is the only individual who could have possibly committed these crimes. That is a simple fact. And the only one you need concern yourself with.
Ooh, she's cold as ice. But every ice age beckons a kindling. For as ashes call to cinders, and embers form champions.
Defense is ready, Your Honor! Emma did stick to cold logic, so if I follow her with more of the same, it'll end up falling flat. This gallery will never warm up to us. But that can work to our advantage. If the jury comes to see the cops as witch hunters eager to start a pyre.
Choose the most outlandish words you can. Go for broke.
It's not like Masters never taught me anything. I know how to do the razzle-dazzle. My fellow citizens, if you were brought here today because of an act of violence that took place that could only be described as wild's too soft, bloody's too descriptive, but that's describing it.
Go for broke.
Unspeakable. I should know. I was there. I saw the blood on the ground, the bullet holes in the walls, felt the malevolence. Yay. Felt the malevolence that radiated in the air. And I also saw where my client was held prisoner. And I knew exactly where he must have stood, because his sweat and blood had stained the tile. My client, a decorated veteran, the man you see standing next to me here, not even fully healed from his trauma, ordeal. Are you kidding me? Easy. From his torture, was taken into police custody with lacerations, bruises, internal bleeding, broken bones. And while he was in police custody, he somehow sustained a black eye, a busted lip, a broken nose, and a boxed ear. A puzzle which I'm sure any one of the officers in the gallery today would be happy to testify about.
Hear that?
Yay, I'm pissing off cops, my favorite.
You want me to object during an opening statement?
Much is resting on the outcome of this trial. 5 men lay dead in the morgue. One of them, a police officer, Tariq.
Don't speak his name, you mob lawyer bitch!
Hang him up!
Hang her too!
This is.
Hey, we like to have fun in this courtroom. Put on a good show. But that's because we're on the stage. Any more outbursts from the gallery, and I'll clear the entire room. You can wall watch, the rest on your phones, or peeking through a keyhole like a bunch of sweaty looky-loos. Counselor, let's wrap this up.
Yes, Your Honor. The fact of the matter is, on that night, my client was not in any condition to kill anyone. Not 4 hardened criminals, and certainly not a trained police officer. And nothing about my client's background, his associations, or that of the victims can change that fact.
Huh?
So, as you listen to all the evidence in this trial, with fairness and impartiality, as I know you will strive to, I only ask that you focus on the reality of this horrible crime, and not on the fiction that the people will try to weave for you. Thank you.
Can I say something out of pocket?
Yeah.
Low-key, Morgan's opening statement reminded me of fucking, was it Jenner? The lawyer for O.J. Simpson.
Oh, yeah. No,
Oh
I
my
can.
God.
Yeah, no, I can see the vision. I can see the vision.
Decorated veteran.
You tell me you never earned a single commendation? Most push-ups of the day or something?
Never mind. I suppose it could have gone much worse.
You're too kind.
I was trying to be honest. The crowd got agitated. But you maintain a level head and recovered your tempo.
She would use the Chewbacca defense. She would absolutely. No, 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 no. Emma would use the Chewbacca defense.
Okay, what is the Chewbacca defense?
Uh-oh.
You know Chewbacca?
Yeah.
Exactly. So you gotta quit.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, you got it.
Damn it. Yeah, not my good friend Chewbacca.
That makes no sense. You gotta. You must quit. I'm gonna be real. It's an old South Park joke that I only half remember at this point.
Adonai is a master at doing so. I've seen her make comebacks from the most nonsensical mistakes before.
This is a really good screenshot. This is a really good frame.
It's so beautiful.
Morgan about to fucking do it while Sarah's just like, Segoy.
She's so cool. In martial arts, they call it an ukemi, a graceful fall.
That is basically correct.
Well, try not to gracefully fall over when you see the first witness on the docket, Sosuke.
What do you mean by that?
Your name and occupation, for the record.
Okay, hold on.
Have fun.
Let me take a
Here we go.
let me take a fucking
Wait, God, oh no, we are going to have to hear this fucking voice again.
It's okay. It's okay. We got this.
Little shit supreme.
Can I give him my Watto voice or no?
No.
No.
Do the voice you did
No.
last time.
No, yeah, no, that Watto voice is gonna kill me.
Absolutely not.
How can that be necessary? If some blathering idiot in that courtroom doesn't already know who I am, they don't deserve.
I know. But would you consider it, if only for the sake of ceremony?
Ceremony is important and should be respected. Very well. +2 for Emma.
Thank you, you're so kind.
I am Makoto Ikaria of House Ikaria. My occupation is that of a student.
Try not to look so smug about it while you blatantly lie.
Right, of course. And your position with the Ikaria Financial Group?
Is not salaried. Must I really declare it here?
Hard to imagine why noble House Ikaria is getting audited.
Sosuke, are you alright?
Can he see us?
He can see me, Rockford, and the adjutant. Witnesses, teletestify, don't really need much else.
So he's safe.
Yes, Sosuke, he's safe, like he was yesterday. Probably sitting right where I left him, or standing on a box. I think the hologram's given him a boost so he can see over the stand.
That's good.
My dumbass liege lord.
The boost to his height?
That he's safe at home.
I'm sorry that he can't see you, Sosuke.
Don't be. After how horribly I've failed him,
Dude wants to die by the blade so bad.
I'd like you to speak a bit about the events of August 13th. About the last time you saw the defendant, Sosuke Ikaria.
I'm here today, not physically, but here, nonetheless, as a courtesy. That does not mean I will flap my gums like some sort of flapping gum puppet.
Permission to treat the witness as hostile incoming. Emma Rockford raking a spoiled brat over the coals. This will almost be worth the price of admission alone.
I understand. It was a traumatic experience, I'm sure. Anyone of normal upbringing would barely be able to recall a single detail, let alone the day's full events.
Normal upbringing.
God, it's so there's no sport in it. There's no sport in it.
Yeah.
I should probably dismiss you so you can get back to your summer studies.
He's so dumb.
Summer study? Like some common waif?
There's no sport in it.
Wait, that's quite the vocab pull. I didn't know they taught that in state basic.
Basic?
Was I mistaken?
Listen well, Madame Rockford, as I demonstrate to you exactly how misguided you are about my powers of retention.
Please do.
Played like a damn fiddle.
Why wasn't she mentioned during any of our trial preparations?
Adonai has only won against her once.
So far, every hot streak starts somewhere.
Hot streak? I really am going to prison.
No, you're not. Fuck you.
Ahem, ahem, ahem. Where shall I start?
Well, as far back as you can.
It all started when I was born.
Not that far.
A simple task. For the past year, members of the organization, most commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia, have been making attempts on my life.
Did you steal their lunch money or something?
I am the primary beneficiary of my grandfather Daisuke Karia's will. In common parlance, I am the sole heir to the Ikaria Financial Group.
You could buy so much lunch.
So
Oh, I
much
saw that
lunch.
kerning. I saw that kerning mistake.
Yeah, no. I've noticed them every time,
Oh.
and they continue to piss me off each and every time. I'm sorry, it is my pettiest complaint about this game, but as an editor, it's a bug specifically crafted to upset me personally.
They're doing
Gently
their
poked
best.
before.
I
Fuck
know,
off.
I believe in them. I respect that this is a very ambitious work with a lot of moving parts, and it's probably not the easy fix that I might reflexively assume it is. But that doesn't change that it's a bug that exists to piss me off the most of all.
Hovers my finger like a few centimeters away from your forehead, not touching it. I'm not touching you.
Stabs you, stabs you, stabs you, stabs you.
Fuck.
Ah,
Oh.
yeah.
The
Oh, wait, hold on. There we
The
go. I
group-
got the black eyes now. Stabs you, stabs you, stabs you.
The group you know as the Blue Bloods have been jealous of my family's financial foresight for decades. Don't worry. Ruby's not gonna kill me that way. She's gonna make sure I die laughing.
Yeah, no,
remember?
I have a very specific method of execution picked out for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm so honored.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, I
It
mean,
means so
yeah,
much.
again, as we've established, there's no point if there's no sport in it. You know, like
Yeah, I'm essentially immortal until like Ruby just like executes me in the way that she
I-
needs to
I,
do
I'm
so.
I'm like a slow motion ethical jigsaw.
God fucking damn it. I'm like your fucked up. I'm like your fucked up Igor. You know,
Yeah. No, you're. Oh
the
God.
experimenting
Fuck.
on me.
What's the name of his fucking sidekick in the Saw movies? He has like 3. I'm forgetting all of them.
Oh, was it
Matt,
Annie? I don't
Mark,
fucking. I don't remember.
Ruby the
I know that one of them
Huntress.
was a girl,
Yeah.
but anyway, I
Anyways.
am merely the most recent target of their impotent attempts to nip at our heels.
Amanda. Amanda was
Amanda,
it.
that was
That's
it. Yeah,
it. There we
not
go.
Annie. Yeah.
Yeah.
And 2 days ago, on August 13th, how impotent was their attempt then?
I was leaving a meeting held on the upper floors of Crane Tower. My security detail escorted me to the elevators, where we would then proceed down to their canopy access floors.
This was all planned out in advance.
By my head of security, Sosuke Ikaria. But the elevator became stuck with unnatural timing. When Sosuke pried the doors open, we saw that we were stuck between the 62nd and 61st floors.
Pried open. With it-
Shut up. Shut up.
Objection, Your Honor. Witness is hostile.
Ugh.
Pried open. With a tool?
Leading the witness, Your Honor.
He didn't need a tool to open the doors. His bare hands were more than sufficient.
Hope Sosuke out here, kid.
We submit into evidence the defendant's Akita Type 2 military-grade spinal mod. Quote, designed to enhance strength, endurance, and reflexes for high-intensity combat scenarios.
Yes, sir. It is so admitted.
What happened next?
The decision was made that we would crawl out onto the 61st floor and head for the service elevators. But once Sosuke and I exited, the elevator started up. It was a trap. We had been cut off from the rest of my detail.
You were isolated and defenseless. Well, that must have been...
Ha! Hardly defenseless. You really think my personal head of security wouldn't be armed?
Oh my god, dude.
He had Yoru.
Yeah, Yoru.
Don't tell me you named your sword.
All great swords have names.
No, they don't.
Oh, I don't have the Bushido Spirit
Actually, the
soundbite.
sword names itself. Thank you, Sarah. Very well put.
Let the record show that the witness has identified Exhibit B-3 as belonging to the defendant.
Yoru?
This sword was recovered by the police in a known blue blood den in the lower wards. Found impaled into the body of Tariq Chopin. And forensics has shown that the only fingerprints on it are those of the defendant.
There's still time for you. There's still time for you to disown it, Sosuke.
You understand nothing about a swordsman's heart, Adonai.
Once again, it is your paralegal that has the right of it. Perhaps she should be leading my defense.
Fucking hate all of you. If this somehow turns into a fencing competition, I'll gladly defer to you two.
So you, Sosuke, and Yoru were on the 61st floor together. What happened next?
When we arrived at the service elevators, Sosuke called them, and then they made a chime. And I didn't clearly see much of what happened next, to tell the truth. Figures emerged from around the corners. They were aiming weapons at me. A red dot shone on my chest. And then Sasuke was there, and a needle was sticking out of his arm. Yoru glinted. Sasuke had drawn it in the blink of an eye. Something glanced off it and dropped to the floor. I saw a syringe at my feet. Yoru's sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear.
That's clearly a key piece of testimony. Let's play it back 5 times.
What matters is he pushed me back to the elevator with Yoru's sheath. How I landed is irrelevant and should be stricken from all public records.
Adding the background with the button. Rear. Rear.
Rear.
It's like a Discord soundboard for 80.
The only other thing I saw was Sasuke's back. He was kicked up, as the kids say.
Shut the fuck up.
He slammed his hand against the elevator's control panel, and then the doors shut.
And that's the last time you saw the defendant.
The decision was made that I should get on a VTOL as soon as possible. But much of my details stayed behind to assess what had happened.
Yes. They were very helpful to building security and recovering Exhibit 5-C, this hypodermic needle gun.
What kind of bonehead would leave evidence like that behind?
A bonehead in a rush, perhaps, Your Honor. It does appear to have exhausted its gas canister, so it may have outlived its usefulness.
I take it that this weapon is a match for the projectile needles found in the room where my client was restrained?
Correct. Others exactly like them were recovered from the scene of the ambush as well. Makoto, did you see the faces of the men who attacked you?
Ha! All too clearly. I could tell you every detail of their rough-shot countenances.
That sounds like a good bit of testimony. Hit it!
So you've got... Oh, well, I'll type this down for you if you need.
Let me see.
A pineapple head-like man and a raincoat-clad hooligan came at us first. They aimed at me, but Sasuke got between us and blocked every shot. With Yoru, he could have closed the
Damn it.
distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right. And a man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of that distraction. I'll never forget the faces of those cowards. They tried to kill me.
They didn't try and kill you.
Yay.
They couldn't have been trying to kill the witness. Not with non-lethal projectiles.
They fired a lot of them. The witness doesn't weigh that much.
Don't try it. This attack was clearly planned with the intent of capturing Makoto alive.
Meaning what? That 4 of this case's victims were actually soft-hearted pacifists?
There's nothing soft-hearted about what they did to my client after capturing him, using tools they clearly originally planned to use on the witness.
So they're sadists? I'm getting confused here.
So is the defense, Your Honor. What matters is that the witness has identified the defendant's captors as the 4 blue blood victims that he is accused of murdering.
Makoto did establish that much, but something about this attack still bothers me. Emma put Makoto on the stand specifically to identify the victims. It is possible that the men who attacked them weren't Creek's pod. Can I see? Ridiculous pompadour, raincoat. Yeah, no, this sounds like them. I don't disagree, Your Honor. The men who attacked Makoto and took Sosuke captive are the same ones who ended up dead that night. But 2 questions do occur to me. Why were you safe on that service elevator if Sosuke surely collapsed the very moment it shut? Wouldn't these men have pursued you by any means necessary?
That is...
Oh, I can answer that, Your Honor. When the police inspected the scene, they found that the control panel for calling the elevator on the 61st floor was broken. Smashed, in fact. The attackers would have had to manually pry open the doors to even attempt to chase after Makoto. And that would take remarkable, modded strength.
Did you mash the button that forcefully, Sosuke?
I may have used more force than necessary. I wasn't exactly trying to hold myself back at the time.
He hit the controls hard enough to break them? So the Blue Bloods couldn't pursue you any further, and instead elected to take Sosuke captive.
A Sosuke in the hand is better than a Makoto in the bush.
Sure, why not, Judge?
What the fuck?
The head of Makoto's security would surely have made for an invaluable source of information for planning future attacks. Were he made to talk? Are you denying that?
No, but I would like to ask the witness one other question. Why did you get off the elevator in the first place?
What are you? Hey, what I mentioned in the lobby earlier, that's...
The mics might not be picking up on you. The mics might not be picking up on it for you, but from where I'm standing, I can't help but overhear my client groaning about how badly he failed you.
That's not evidence or testimony, and so should be stricken from the record.
But we get the idea. So was bailing out early the defendant's big brain idea?
As head of my personal security detail, such a decision is ultimately his to make. However, that decision may have been influenced by his knowledge of the fact that I am not especially comfortable in closed spaces.
The hell are you doing? Are you trying to humiliate him?
In part, I'm also trying to insult you. I love her.
Had we simply
I love her.
waited, we would have remained safe, but I I was not comfortable and felt very warm. So it's not a tactical failure on Sosuke's part per se.
Just an air of judgment.
Uh,
Huh?
Counselor Morgan,
What's up? You can just disconnect the call if...
ask me another question. Ask me about how bravely Sosuke defended me.
Huh. So that's your angle.
We can't all be as naturally gifted at extracting valuable testimony out of spoiled brats as Emma. But I can follow her example. Insult their pride, and these Icaria snap back as reliable as any knee-jerk reaction. And in Makoto's case, with infinitely less resistance than if I had simply asked him to testify.
It's usually the lawyers who do the asking and the witnesses who do the answering. This is not very realistic.
Ugh.
We ask that the witness testify for the court in more detail about exactly how valiantly Sosuke fought off the attackers.
And I guess the people don't object, even though it seems super extra.
No. The people don't object, Your Honor.
Emma's playing passively. Either I'm onto something here, or I'm walking into a trap. Screw it. All in on the former.
I will write down the evidence for you.
Needle guns, med records, needles.
Sosuke was outnumbered from the beginning and protecting me the whole time.
Also, I'll be right back.
Have fun, be yourself.
It didn't matter that we were ambushed or that the Blue Bloods had projectiles. Sosuke took up Yoru in both hands and swatted their needles out of the air like a graceful swatter. He fought off 4 attackers, and without sustaining a single injury.
I'm mashing A right now. Objectively not true. Why did that... I needed to let go of the trigger.
Oh.
That's a weird input. That's a weird input oversight. When you're playing on controller, you have to hold the left trigger to choose to call, press A, and then let go of the trigger to confirm it.
That is weird.
Yeah, that is a weird input.
Do you even have to ask?
I certainly do. And I'll make you pay for forcing my hand. Overruled.
No, my 1 credit.
No half-A presses.
No half A presses. I need to focus on pointing out Makoto's misconception about exactly how Sosuke took action. Okay, yeah, I know exactly what it is.
Blah, 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 blah.
Like cocking back a hammer. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. Like, maybe I'll come around on the game feel in time, but, like, I don't blame myself for fucking up on that input. And it's weird that I've missed an input window on this of all things. Honestly, using the left trigger at all feels like a losing move. There we go. Unscathed is the last thing anyone call my client after the events of that day. One look at his medical data from when he was arrested will tell you that much.
Alice is
All
almost
right,
back.
Alice is gone. Well,
Oh, she's almost back.
what are you getting
What
at?
are you getting at, counselor? The defendant's injuries were sustained at the Blue Bloods Den, not at Crane Tower. The police didn't even find one drop of blood anywhere near that service elevator.
Well, that is a miracle. A bloodless ambush. But the fact that no blood was found makes it all the more painfully obvious what actually happened to that elevator panel.
The elevator panel. Ugh.
My client broke half the bones in his left hand smashing it up.
Did you really?
I might have. There was a lot of adrenaline at the time.
Did you not form a proper fist? Was your wrist not in alignment with your forearm?
As I said, Sarah, there was a lot of adrenaline.
Do you deny that his medical record clearly shows his left hand was broken?
Your Honor, what does it matter that the defendant broke his left hand closing that elevator? It changes nothing about the witness's testimony.
Yeah, kinda. True. Sosuke's hand getting injured doesn't change what we've learned from this witness. But it does change the evidence you had him identify for the court.
The katana?
Yoru.
Good.
Gurgle.
Oh.
Its name is Yoru.
Why are you all pronouncing it like that?
We get
Alice, can you hit the yo?
No.
Oh.
You
The
calling
the
her
sound bite.
face?
Did you have a point to make, counselor?
There's something odd about the katana that's been entered into evidence. Something that makes no sense given what we've learned about the outcome of this ambush. Namely, the sword's... Have we learned anything?
You can always
about
look
the
at
chipping?
evidence. You can always look at the evidence if you need. Because Yoru should have been admitted into evidence. You could look at it.
A balanced blade found at the scene of the crime impaled into the torso of victim Tariq Chopin. The steel is chipped at several points, especially the tip. Identified by Makoto as Sosuke's personal sword Yoru, taken along with Sosuke down to the lower wards following an ambush on Makoto. Fingerprints on the handle match the right hand of Sosuke Ikaria. No other prints found. Blood residue at various points. Blood residue at various points of the blade matches the DNA of victim Chopin, Miller, and Trey. Another murder weapon I had to wipe prints off before taking my leave. It was indulgent, trying to take Trey's head off. Wasn't my only indulgence either. I must have gotten Miller's blood on the tip of the blade when I dragged it across the floor. No. I think the chipping... But then again...
Let me double check. Hold on. Let me go back to... Shoutouts Winter Acacia for the 100% guide on Steam that I can quickly look at to give a hint that isn't spoilery.
Yeah.
Let's see, we're on...
The blood is tempting. But also, that doesn't really contradict anything.
I mean,
Can I look at Makoto's testimony? Took it up in both hands. But at some point he had to have broken his hand.
and think about what
also-
was on the sword. On the sword was only
The prints for the right hand.
so what's odd here.
Yeah.
Apologies, that was too backseaty.
No, it wasn't at all.
Good shit. I want to try to find a good balance that I'm not
Yeah.
taking away from your experience.
And also the fact that they've been talking about hands pretty consistently back and forth does feel promising. Does feel like I'm being pointed in a direction. But yeah. Namely, the fingerprints that were found on the sword's handle. Fingerprints belonging to Sosuke's right hand.
You're contradicting yourself, counselor. We've already discussed how it was your client's left hand that he broke closing off the elevator. There's nothing contradictory about him using his right arm to wield the blade.
It can be like this because Sosuke has 2 hands.
The people are correct. The sword found at the scene of the crime has my client's right hand fingerprints on its handle. Despite the fact that this witness just testified that Sosuke was swinging it with both hands.
Like a graceful swatter, specifically.
Oh, yeah. He did say that. So, did the little tyke misremember?
It was a chaotic situation where he feared for his life. The court should hardly expect him to have kept track of such an inconsequential detail.
Have you already forgotten my magnanimous powers of recollection?
Her tactics from earlier backfired.
I'll have you know I can recite all my subordinates' birthdays down to the hour.
Write them all down so I can calculate their moon signs later.
It doesn't matter whether the witness is mistaken about Sosuke's grip, Your Honor.
Oh.
Because we have a much bigger issue to address. Why this sword has only my client's fingerprints on it. Makoto testifies that Sosuke wielded this katana in his defense. An act of bravery that ended with my client face down on the floor of Crane Tower. He later woke up, held captive, in the lower wards. I'll state the obvious here and say, while he was unconscious, he was moved. And so the sword we have in the record must have also been handled by...
Who else held this sword?
I mean, it's gotta be Krieg,
And
right?
how much you want to bet on it?
I mean, it definitely wasn't you. That'd be magic. You were fucking airlifted out already. You're the one who fucking beat the shit out of him. Our poor victim Creek, of course.
What do you mean?
Sosuke was knocked unconscious at Crane Tower. That means that someone else must have brought his sword down to the lower wards. And the only people who had the opportunity to do so would have been his captors.
You mean his victims? Withdrawn. The defense is forgetting a fairly simple fact, Your Honor. There's more than one way to hold a sword.
Oh, worm?
Ugh.
God. God.
I I've been fucking dying to say that.
Dog.
It's so fucking
I'm
funny.
gonna scream into a fucking pillow.
This game's a fucking 20 out of 10.
Oh,
Everybody in chat, I don't care if you've already played this, go buy this game. Please.
It's real good.
It's real good. In case the defense needs it clarified, Creek could have simply held the sword by its scabbard.
He could
Well,
have, but he
they
was
didn't have
still.
it.
Are you sure?
Did he not have it? Yeah, no, we haven't seen the scabbard, have we? Let me see. God damn it. Is there really no hotkey to, like, skip a full page down? Weird.
They're still working on it.
Yeah, nothing about a sheath. So, fuck it, we ball. I just made a bunch of chips anyways. That's not possible, Your Honor.
Huh?
Makoto has already testified that Sosuke left the sword scabbard with him when he thrust him back into the elevator. Oh yeah, he did say that.
Blah 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 blah. Or we said this line.
Rear.
Rear.
Wheel.
It
Rear.
echoes
Rear.
throughout the courtroom
Wait, hold
in
on.
slow motion.
Yeah.
Rear.
God damn it. Perfect.
I see. And since a cursed blood can't be resheathed until it's tasted blood,
Yes, Your Honor. Very well said. We would have found the scabbard at the Blue Blood's den if Creek or his men had taken it with them. Instead, I imagine Makoto took it home.
You think he took key evidence from his own assault and kept it from the police?
Of course I did. As if I would trust officers of the law to properly handle a family heirloom as precious as Yoru's sheath.
Impressive insight, Adonai. But what does this actually mean? Is there some mistake with how the evidence was handled?
There's no mistakes here. This was all done with intention. The intention to frame my client. By putting his fingerprints onto that sword after the real culprit had already handled it. What a terrible, bastardly thing to do. You'd have to be a real
would do
fucking
such a thing?
monster.
Hold on. A cab, so said Sun Tzu.
Perfect.
What a load of bullshit.
and the crowd goes wild. Though, it does make a certain kind of sense.
Because it's the truth. I did wipe that katana's handle down after removing it from Trey's throat. Sosuke just happened to be foolish enough to pick it up himself afterwards. It's frustrating, having to keep all my best cards up my sleeve this time around. But the look on Emma's face when I do get to toss them out is...
The people are more than ready to counter.
Ooh, good
If
music.
it pleases the court.
Oh.
The defense has made an admirable effort to barrel ahead with this theory. Admirable, but predictable. With a foundation this weak, charging ahead and hoping the court won't notice is the only option. Let us speak of the facts. This Creek character led a targeted ambush on the heir to House Akaria,
music
knowing
rips.
he'd be guarded by a full security team. This music was done by Lena Raine.
Yeah,
the
no,
same
I
woman
can
who did
tell.
the Celeste soundtrack.
I don't. If I were to
Her
extend,
fingerprints are on it. Yeah.
Yeah, if I were to extend any critique of this game, like broadly creatively, it would be that the open source music they use is solid. I think it's pretty decent, but I'm not in love with it generally, and generally I can tell it wasn't composed for the thing that like it's underscoring. This, though, is so far leagues above every other song in the game, as is the other fucking showdown song that plays, that it's like, it immediately feels like I'm playing something completely different in a really good way, and I really hope they continue to get more and more music in this shit.
I'm so fucking hoping. Like, I 100% agree on the critiques. I did not read the last line. The Blue Bloods successfully sabotaged and intercepted Makoto's elevator at the precise floor they wanted, meaning they knew exactly where he'd be and when. And they brought with them drugs capable of disabling a veteran with military-grade mods. Planning and attention to detail may be foreign concepts to the defense, but they should at least be able to recognize them. So, is the defense seriously suggesting that after all that preparation, Creek's pod wouldn't bother to wear gloves?
I'm glad you asked so nicely.
What do you have to counter?
The needle gun with Krieg's fingerprints on it.
Kind of funny that with controller it automatically fucking just tells you. On keyboard and mouse you'd have to hover first.
Not that.
What more directly counters it?
Alright. Hold on, I need to...
Oh, you're maxed.
Okay, maxed, okay.
It stayed maxed. It knew you were a gambler.
We don't need to speculate about whether they wore gloves or not. Not when we have Creek's fingerprints on a weapon recovered from the crime scene.
That is...
A pretty good point, actually. Guess these guys are sloppier than we thought.
Jaime's not here. Those blackguards were barefaced when they attacked us. Idiots. As if the repercussions of their actions... As if there wouldn't be repercussions for their actions. The least they could have done is disguise themselves.
It sounds like young Connor.
Strike that for the record.
You
from the
fuck,
record.
Paul.
So unprovoked. So unprovoked.
Listen, if I get attacked earlier, it's free fucking game.
Fucking...
If we're in a 4-way gun standoff, then you bet I'm coming in on him.
It's somewhere between Connor and Augustus St. Cloud from Venture Bros.
Eat the pennies.
Eat the pennies, quiz boy.
Eat the pennies, quiz boy.
Just eat the pennies.
Come
Strike
on,
that
kid,
from the
just eat the
record,
pennies.
Your Honor. Come on, just eat the pennies. Along with any future comments that suggest the Icaria would want revenge against these victims. I was only speaking a plain truth.
Creek was their leader, correct? If even Creek wasn't wearing gloves, it's hard to imagine that none of them got their prints into Yoru.
Connor?
Unless the sword was, indeed, wiped down at some point afterwards.
Like right around the time the true culprit was looking for Sosuke to take the fall.
A spicy theory.
Well, it's just that, Your Honor, a theory. A far-fetched, unstable theory that stacks presuppositions upon each other. like a flapjack chef substituting quantity for quality.
Uh,
I'll rephrase. This inconsistency is easily answered without jumping through the defense's absurdly arranged hoops.
that's a little better.
We already know that the Blue Bloods had successfully taken down the Icarier's head of security. And we already know that they went out of their way to take the defendant captive, despite him not being their original target. Furthermore, as the defense has belabored, we know that they decided to take a useless piece of steel with them from the scene of their crime.
Useless.
If we ask why, the answer is obvious. Because orcas are superstitious and immature. They wanted a trophy. And what is there to do with the trophy? Other than polish it.
The cloth from Creek's desk. I knew she flagged it in the arcs for some reason, but she thought this many steps ahead?
The defense is correct. The sword was wiped down before Sosuke took it up as his murder weapon. By the very same victims he'd go on to claim with it.
That is a completely logical explanation, damn it.
How do we respond to that, Adonai?
We... check. We don't. I can't. It makes perfect sense.
So, does that mean she's described what actually happened?
Not at all. I wiped off the sword myself because my prints were on it. Same as I wiped my prints off of every other. Right. If I can't find fault with Emma's conclusion, I need to find fault with the logic that led her there.
I see. And how do you do that?
By adjusting my aim. As the people say, Your Honor, no one's fingerprints but my client's are on the murder weapon. That only makes sense if he's guilty or being framed.
And there's no evidence to suggest that he's been framed, because his captors had valid reasons for wiping off the sword.
That's true. They did have a good reason to wipe off the sword. But that's not the murder weapon I'm referring to.
Huh. Tricky, that. I will
This feels
quickly
completely
say,
irrelevant. Yeah?
one of the fun things about Of the Devil that I tested myself in these specific situations, don't explore it now because you're on High Roller. There is unique dialogue for all three pieces of evidence, even the wrong ones.
I figure as much, but I do really appreciate that all the same. Let me see.
You've already deduced that the broken bat is not correct.
Yeah, the broken bat's not
believe-
correct. I don't think they would use the needle gun twice, and it also feels utterly tangential. Also, gun.
That's not the murder weapon I'm referring to.
Well, yeah, no, someone was shot. So... This gun is the murder weapon I'm referring to.
What?
The police are confident this Mag US is the gun that was used to kill Tanks and Creek.
And your client was arrested with it on his person. And it has your client's prints on it.
But it was owned by tanks.
Huh?
The records show that Sosuke's are the only fingerprints on that doohickey. So that means this Tanks guy had never laid a finger on his own gun?
It's entirely possible that Tank simply liked to polish his gun too.
Phrasing.
So he was polishing it right up until the moment his captor grabbed it and used it against him.
More phrasing.
Love this 80s sprite so fucking much.
Your Honor, you seem to be Fujoing the fuck out.
Now kiss.
God damn it.
Was it before or after his internal bleeding that my client took the gun off Tanks without him even leaving a finger on it first? Before or after being tortured that he got the gun with no struggle?
They could have wrestled over the gun while it was out of reach.
Tanks had no injuries besides the hole in his chest. How'd he get into a struggle and not get so much as a scratch?
The likelihood of that scenario.
It seemed to come down to the order in which each individual died. No?
Yes, Your Honor.
Then perhaps we ought to hear some more detailed testimony about that.
Of course.
The defense has no more questions for this witness, Your Honor. We don't object.
Hold on. What are you saying?
Okie dokie then. Closing the connection.
I said wait, it's Sosuke!
Aw.
Makoto seemed to be in good spirits, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, he was his usual irreproachable self. So how can you find something about that to be depressed over?
I'm ashamed that he testified at all. His appearance here runs the risk of sullying the house's visage with my mistakes.
Oh my god, dude. This dude loves the boot so much. Well, he couldn't exactly slip the subpoena by, claiming he had homework to do.
You of all people should understand that the house doesn't have to appear in court if it truly doesn't want to. A fine levied on your accounts is always preferable to a smudge staining your reputation.
But he did testify.
Yes, and he no doubt went directly against one or more family elders to do so. He should not be incurring debts for my sake.
So he put himself at a disadvantage for you. Do you think Makoto would want you to apologize? Or do you think he'd want you to thank him?
He's young. He doesn't know what he wants yet.
Let me
I'll take Yumi if no one else minds.
Yeah, by all means.
Yumi Sato, medical examiner.
Yubi! Sarah!
Aw.
Dr. Sato, we're very grateful for your work sorting through the large number of reports related to this case. Yeah. 5 bodies, all high priority. Had my head underwater for a good while there. We'd prefer not to tax you with repeating every grisly detail. But if you could, would you please walk the court through the time of death for each victim and the manner in which they were determined? Right. From the top. Inkerton, aka Tanks, had a mishmash of street legal and chop shop mods along his forearms. None of them were particularly up to date, but they were all working. It did monitor his heart rate. Tank's heart stopped at 9:44 p.m. Cause of death was... The slug had a hollow design, intended to shatter inside the target. There's no mistaking he was killed by his own gun, the Mag US, from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Next up is Sugman Trey Trench. He also had relatively low-end mods installed. They show his heart stopping at 9:45 p.m. He died from exsanguination, blood loss, resulting from a laceration across his neck by a sharp metal blade. That wasn't the only injury his body sustained, though, was it? No, it was not. Posthumously, his skull was...
Saw no evil.
Heavens, Miller Smiles received a puncture wound straight through his jugular vein. When the blade was withdrawn, exacerbating blood loss, and he was likely unconscious within seconds of falling to the ground. Miller had mods, but had evidently gone to great lengths to remove all monitoring tech from them. And he was not found with any electronics on his person. Using purely medical means, I narrowed his time of death down to a window of 10 minutes between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m.
Even though I killed him third, he was the second to die.
That brings us to Creek. Yes, like Tanks, Lakers Creek Christoph was shot once with a hollow slug from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. However, the slug penetrated just beneath their solar plexus and failed to completely shatter when it impacted a low-end spinal brace mod. As a result, Creek didn't die immediately. It is in my medical opinion that Creek would have slowly bled out over the course of about 5 minutes. Their mod did not have biomonitoring capabilities.
Yeah, that Sato is the only one not misgendering Creek is really good.
Yeah.
So, like with Miller, I've done what I can to narrow down the time of death to a 10-minute window between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m.
So he was barely modded. And he stayed conscious that whole time anyway.
But we do have one other context clue to work with. This datapad was found very close to Creek's body, and technicians confirmed it requires Creek's fingerprints for most functions. And yeah, Zig, it wouldn't exactly be misgendering since it was Eniol, so...
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, but
literally whatever
defaulting
situation.
to he, him
Yeah, no.
does kind of like...
I say this as someone who went by any all pronouns for like over 5 years. People default to the ones they think are right for you, and the ones they think are right for you are usually the ones they would identify with you if you were cis. You know what you know what I mean. If you were not trans,
Yeah.
as it were. Fucking like it's one of those things where like if I'll put it this way, if you have anyone in your life who uses any all pronouns, mix it up, please. I'm asking you formally. a few things get under my skin more these days than people who have any all pronouns, and everyone in their life just treats them like the pronouns never changed in the first place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And personally, it would have probably helped me figure out a lot of things a lot faster. Not saying it's always a precursor to something else and more. It should be respected on its own merits, of course. But either way, don't let it be assigned at assigned at birth plus. You know what I mean? Don't let it be that.
It feels fresh and fun. Exactly. There you go.
Exactly.
Spin a roulette.
And you have so many options to pick from. It's literally any all. Mix it up. Have fun.
Oh, I don't think I got a chance to read that.
Oh, whoops.
Let's see. Requires Creek's fingerprints for most functions. That means it's unlikely that anyone else would have been able to manipulate it. And we found the last action taken on it was an attempted dark card transaction that failed at 9:44 p.m. What could cause a dark card transaction to fail? Either they hit cancel, or the card itself was jostled, interrupting the scan, as if the data path was suddenly dropped.
Speculation.
How much qualification does one need to understand that card readers can be finicky, Your Honor?
True enough. Chip, swipe, pin, tap. Just let me buy the damn balloon animal, you clown.
So taking that digital evidence into account, Creek must have been shot almost at the exact same time as Tanks. Thank you. There's one more body you examined for this case, yes? Officer Tariq Chapin. I didn't need to determine his time of death. As a patrol officer, he had a standard suite of police-issued biomonitors. So we know that Officer Chapin's heart stopped at exactly 10:14 p.m. and 4 seconds, triggering an automatic 10-999 alert. Officer down.
Lighting up that crime scene like a firecracker and ensuring every cop in the city would come running, royally pissed and safety's off.
Chapin was impaled through his back by a long, thin blade, severed his aorta, and, as a result, died instantly. To summarize, then, we can conclude that Tank's gun was taken from him before 9:44 p.m. He and Creek were then shot with it. Their attacker, out of ammunition, took up a sword and stabbed Miller in the throat before slicing into Trey's neck. And this individual then proceeded to posthumously crush Trey's skull by striking it so hard that they shattered a baseball bat. As Creek bled to death on the other side of the room. Finally, when Officer Chapin entered the scene, they stabbed him in the back, before finally being apprehended by Officer Roger. Well, that's all correct as far as we understand it.
So Roger definitely did this shit. So now Rockford's putting together a timeline.
It's probably helpful for the jury, putting it all in chronological order. But have we actually learned anything new about the culprit's actions?
We have. Emma brought her on the stand to establish the culprits. No. Because we don't have an exact time, and she didn't specify an exact time. Feels like she's trying to get them lined up. A
Very nice deduction.
Sato's established where in the room the killings had have to have. Let me try that again. Sato's established where in the room the killings had to have started.
Correct. Because Creek and Tanks died first, and they were both shot from within 1 to 2 meters. We know that the culprit must have started taking action right by the desk.
And not by the door to the holding room.
Indeed.
So the likelihood my client broke out of there...
Is not very high at all.
Check.
Check.
Yes?
An abundance of DNA evidence establishes that the defendant was indeed held in the other room. But clearly, he didn't remain there. His captors must have taken him out to question him in the main room and dragged him in front of the desk where Tank's gun would be within reach.
You're the one who's reaching.
You have evidence to the contrary? A better explanation for how he got out of where he was being held.
Can't exactly propose that the real killer set him free as a scapegoat. The forensics are clear. My client was gagged and bound in that room.
Was, but clearly they had to cut him loose to question him. A mistake that, well, ended up costing them their lives.
Do you think that's true, Sasuke?
I'm not positive, of course. But my body is telling me that I was held in that room from the time I woke up until I got myself free.
Emma's theories about the Blue Bloods being dumb enough to let Sosuke near a gun isn't perfect. But it's still a theory. And I don't have jack shit to counter it with because not even Sosuke knows how I let him out.
Well, if the defense has no objection.
Now I just have to take this L and meekly move on to their cross-examination.
Adonai, that made you sound very feeble.
You've developed a habit of only using we when I'm winning. Fix it.
That made us sound very feeble?
Why do I have to get roped in?
Emma's already established a timeline and an order of events. I could pick at the details, but she's close enough to the truth already. I know the truth firsthand about every death except Chopin except Chopin. In his case, Emma and I are on even footing. So what's my advantage? What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about? We're definitely wrong about the timing. Definitely wrong. Cause of death, because that implies we know who did it. Those are definitely the things that were used to fucking kill him. What's that?
Let me know if you want a hint.
Okay, I guess.
Think carefully. What did Emma specifically say was the weapon used for each murder?
Wait, hold on.
Can make a beat out of this clock ticking.
Yeah, I have no idea what I'm supposed to be picking up on here. To me, this still feels like the weapons.
Let me.
Right, the murder weapons. Everyone thinks Miller was stabbed in the neck by... I'm the only one who knows my knife was there.
I apologize. I
So that was
misinterpreted
right.
what you were initially going to go with. Yeah. You were right.
Okay. There's got to be a way I can use that information to my advantage here, without revealing that I have it, or how I got it. I'm walking a razor's edge here. At least it's thematically appropriate. The defense is ready to begin our cross-examination, Your Honor. Dr.
Okay,
Sato,
blackjack.
you were asked to examine all 5 bodies. Did you visit the crime scene?
I did not. Have not. Photos and other ARC's data were provided to me to aid in my examination. Surely the defense isn't objecting to a little virtual work.
Of course not! After all, had anything been added or removed from the crime scenes, the ARCs would show it. There's no fooling it once it's been set up. Right, blade wounds. Victims Trey and Miller were attacked with a blade. Exactly how fast did they die?
Well, Trey had his throat slashed, and blood found on his hands suggests that he had time to reach up to his neck in response. But he would have quickly stumbled back and collapsed onto the floor, dead. Miller wouldn't have lost much blood at that moment. His neck was punctured. For that kind of wound, the weapon acts as a stopper. But once that stopper was removed, he would have lost consciousness in mere seconds.
And while the blade was still in his neck.
If it was there for more than a second, well, he too would have reflexively reached up, presumably to try and grab the blade.
Is there proof he grabbed the blade? Is there any evidence he tried to grab the razor-sharp katana lodged into his neck?
Well, he had his own blood on his right hand, but there were no cuts on it.
Because he grabbed the knife's handle, not a sword's edge. Yay.
So it stands to reason that the blade was withdrawn very quickly. By the time his hands reached up to his neck, it must have been gone.
One of many small inconsistencies with this katana theory I can shine a light on. Will that be enough? This feels tangential. Although, I want to know more about the cause of death. Could you speak a bit more about the manner of Officer Chopin's death?
Well, to reiterate, his body was found with a katana stuck through his back. It had punctured his heart, killing him. There was massive blood loss at the scene. At least in part because the wounded question was agitated, I suppose I'd say.
What the fuck does that mean? What does agitated mean? What do you mean by agitated?
I love how you asked that before press came up asking the same thing.
I mean, what do you want from me?
Plus
This
one.
is so lead
Plus one.
like, yeah.
Plus one.
I feel like this is a reasonable response. I think it's a completely understandable reaction to
Mhm.
stop plus 20. Stop fucking plus 20. No. This when the mortician says the wound was agitated during cross-examination, you ask what the fuck that means. That's a reasonable response for a lawyer to have.
I mean, honestly, as though after impalement, blade was moved around inside the wound,
Just trying to push through this.
as if it had become stuck and someone was struggling to remove it.
Oops. London mentioned that Sato found this wound odd, but to hear her specifically say that the blade had become stuck, that's interesting. Two individuals suffered gunshot wounds. You found that both matched the Mag-US firearm that had been entered into evidence.
It did.
Let me method act the murder lawyer. I enjoy it. It's fun and rewarding for me. I mean, I'm fine.
Shrapnel is, by nature, unpredictable. But the scale of destruction does make it pretty hard to mistake for anything else.
Didn't exactly learn anything new there. What if he just...
Crackpot bullshit!
What if he just ate shrapnel for lunch? Did we consider that? Has that theory been submitted into evidence? Maybe...
Your Honor,
he
have you
was just
considered
a
that maybe
fan of
he's like Tony Stark?
What the fuck?
Maybe he's fucking Iron Man? Stupid.
Have we considered that maybe he built Yoru in a cave?
With a box of scrap!
With
Yeah.
a
Your
box
Honor.
of scrap, Your Honor!
Maybe shit's naturally occurring. Maybe he's a geological study.
Maybe
Dig it.
he just likes it, Your Honor. Maybe he has a weird kink, Your Honor.
You ever considered he's just
Okay.
fucked up in the paint, Your Honor?
Katana staff. Stabbing Miller's neck so precisely and so fast. That would be quite the feat of swordsmanship.
Stating a conclusion, Your Honor.
Comments withdrawn. Quick as a blade.
Huh?
Have you ever seen a stab wound like the one that killed Miller inflicted by a long blade? Wielded in one hand by a man experiencing heavy blood loss?
No, I can't say that I have.
You've heard of microplastics. Well, what if he had micrometals?
I did say this when it came up the first time. You can't do that.
You can't do
Not
that?
from that angle.
No. Yeah.
If you do that, you get them in the throat, not the neck.
Yeah, I suppose.
Well, now
And
whether
it's very
that
obvious.
whether that maneuver is impressive or improbable. Well, I'm a doctor, not a fencer.
And Sosuke doesn't own a rapier. Yeah, this feels like an obvious point of attack, and there's literally no other dialogue option left to pursue. So,
You're not shrapnel maxing? You're not shrapnel pilled?
I must say, I don't have a lot of confidence in the shrapnel theory. I may be about to eat shit over that.
I thought you were a video essayist. You were
I-
supposed to be the smartest person in the room.
My secret truth is that I'm actually kind of bad at Ace Attorney. But you know what? I believe in the heart of the cards. We'll get this. We'll work it out. We'll get there. Did you find that stab wound on Miller's neck fit? Yeah. Did you find that the stab wound on Miller's neck fit the sword that the police recovered?
Approximately.
That doesn't sound conclusive. -1. Does this mean I'm getting better? Does this mean I'm I'm becoming emotionally healthy?
No, you just
Am I
have
fixed?
+1 to Phoenix Wright. You
God
think
damn
Phoenix
it.
Wright is good at
No,
fucking being
Phoenix Wright
Phoenix
sucks
Wright?
at Ace Attorney.
Yeah, that's the fucking funny part. He gets shit on all the time. It's awesome.
This is why I'm
God.
not into adventure games, broadly speaking. It's not that I dislike the genre broadly, but like the kind of logic it runs off of. Like, I know some people it sparks a whole lot of joy, and I get why. For me, it just sparks frustration. Adventure games get me feeling the way I feel like Pathologic makes most other people feel.
Well, the entry wound is slightly smaller than I would expect for such a precise stab.
Get fucked.
Sword hand must have barely trembled, but it's within tolerable ranges. Furthermore, DNA on the tip of the sword is a match for Miller.
Damn it, just because I happened to drag it across where his blood had dripped.
And of course, there isn't any other implement at the scene that fits the wound better.
I absolutely love the extent to which she's kicking herself for being imperfect in one way in this crime. And it makes sense. It makes sense because, you know, it is very high stakes as ever. But also, it doesn't feel like she's mad about it because it runs the risk of exposing her or even causing that many problems for her case, but just because it was unnecessary and left a broader mark than it should have. She's a perfectionist. No, of course there isn't. Thank you, Dr. Sato. I think I can speak for all of us when I say I found that very enlightening.
I didn't do shit. I just did my job.
Blackjack.
Adonai, why are you just saying blackjack out loud?
Because I won. At blackjack. In my head, do you...
Oh.
You know that thing that lawyers do? When they frame the court case as a game of cards that they can win?
Well, this wasn't in The Devil Wears Prada.
Well, maybe it should have been.
Okay. Yay.
Okay, wait, hold on. There we go. I'm going to put Noah down here. Okay.
Jaime went off to bed because
Yeah.
he is eepy and still recovering from Opital.
Yeah. Dr. Sato, you just testified that Officer Chopin was impaled from behind. Did this occur on the spot where his body was found? Oh, whoops. Yeah, there's my mouse.
Well, yes, it did. Body shows no signs of being moved.
I'm curious then. What was there for the sword to get stuck on?
Huh? Well, if Chopin was in the center of the room, standing upright, then... Well, I mean, it wouldn't have gotten caught on the hair, right? Bone, perhaps?
Surely you examined the wound inside and out. Did you see marks on his ribcage where the blade had been caught?
No, I didn't.
Then it stands to reason that the blade didn't get caught on anything inside Mr. Chopin.
It got caught on the floor.
Pardon?
You need to take greater advantage of the arcs, Counselor Morgan. Learn to flip things on their head. Entire rooms, if need be. If you had, you'd see that there's a clear indentation in the floor that lines up perfectly with Mr. Chopin's wound. How do you think the tip of the sword got chipped?
You're saying the sword got stuck in the floor.
That's what the facts are saying. Do you disagree?
This definitely feels like a trap. And also, we did drag it across the floor. God damn it, god damn it, god damn it. The one time I do something for me.
You aura formed too close to the sun! Like, that's literally the only fucking reason Morg did it, too! She was just trying to intimidate the fuck out of Trey!
Yeah. Just literally just swagging. Literally just swagging.
Literally, just swagging!
I don't necessarily disagree. No. If Chopin was impaled, then fell face first.
Makes perfect sense for the sword to get caught in the floor as he collapsed on top of it. So we can conclude that after being impaled, Chopin fell over with the sword still in his torso, driving the sword to the ground. Then his attacker aggravated the wound by trying to retrieve the sword from the corpse. Does that sound right?
What? Are you asking me?
Sort of, asking the room, I guess?
Well, I believe I can answer. What you're describing makes sense, Dr. Sato. But only up until we consider, again, the fingerprints on the sword handle. If my client really did impale Tariq Chopin and get his sword stuck doing so, why would he try to retrieve it with only one hand?
Well, because he had to retrieve it with one hand. You yourself already elucidated that the defendant's left hand was broken when he destroyed the elevator panel in Crane Tower.
His left hand was too damaged for him to even grip a sword. That doesn't really square with this piece of evidence. Left hand fingerprints. Interesting. I mean, that's pretty open and shut, right?
Yeah.
The Magus?
How could my client's left hand be too damaged to grip his sword, and yet also capable of gripping the Magus?
That oddity is hardly impossible to explain. We've already determined that the Magus was fired twice before the sword was used at all. Firing such a weapon with a broken hand surely rendered his left useless.
That's...
It is difficult to wield a sword with a damaged hand, isn't it, Sasuke?
Historically, even the loss of a pinky on your non-dominant hand was considered enough to render you relatively useless.
Is that why Yakuza would offer to cut off fingers as recompense for offenses?
That's right, Sarah. In fact,
Cut the chatter and save the history lesson.
Aw.
He had to pull the sword loose with one hand because his left was useless? Looking at all the forensics pulled from the katana, that's... Your Honor, the people claim that my client had to use one hand to retrieve the sword because his other hand was disabled. But does the evidence actually suggest that?
What do you mean?
Forensics performed on the katana found my client's right hand fingerprints on the handle. But what grip are the prints a match for?
Let me just give it a quick think here as I meticulously analyze the position of each finger. A normal grip. The grip is normal.
Me when my grip is normal.
True.
Phrasing?
Do you mean to say that the thumb is facing towards the blade, Your Honor?
Well, yeah, but isn't it easier to just say he held it like normal?
If my client only held the sword with his right hand, normally, Your Honor, that would mean he held the handle like that even as he tried to jostle the blade free from the floor it was impaled in.
Which is far from impossible. But if, Your Honor, the court has questions about exactly how the defendant was positioned when he was found standing above Officer Chopin's cord, I believe the people's next witness will be able to answer all of them.
That can only mean it's finally time to face off with the arresting officer.
Chopin's partner.
Very well. Then let us summon to the stand. No, name not found.
What?
What?
Is that a family or given name?
What?
Batman, those redeems should probably have cooldowns. I keep forgetting to implement them.
Yeah, I got one big old error right here, and it's a classic. Witness not found. Literally. He ain't here.
What? He had hours to get here! What the hell could he possibly be?
Her star witness is a no-show.
Is this good news or bad news?
Like hitting the jackpot on the world's sketchiest slot machine. Feels good, but you get the feeling that the staff is going to make you pay for it.
That idiotic. Pay for it when?
Fine. I'll finish it myself.
Right about now.
Perhaps it's for the best then, Your Honor.
Actually, go ahead and take a very brief pause because I need to use the bathroom, and then we will do the snowball. Give me one moment. Keep chat entertained.
Okay, chat. Okay, chat. Okay.
Alice, I just want to say that your voice acting is absolutely great.
Thank you. I'm going to chug a gallon of water after this and perhaps some like a warm tea with honey. Chat, listen to me. If you are at all interested in voice acting, for the love of God, do two things. One, learn to speak from your diaphragm. Two, take care of your throat. Sincerely, you only have one throat, and it's very easy to damage. You have no idea how easy it is to damage. You want to be very kind to it. Learn vocal exercises. Find the right kind of drinks. Nothing like boiling or extremely hot, but a warm drink with honey usually is very good for coating the throat. And it is a muscle like any other. You want to make sure it's exercised. Do not damage it if you can help it, if you get into voice acting. Because it is so easy to damage.
The fact that you're saying all this with that music in the background just feels like a really intense PSA.
What if you're allergic to honey? There should be other kinds of additives. A warm drink on its own is pretty good. Something that can help relax the muscles in your throat. I'm trying to think. Ginger is usually good if you're not allergic to that, or just like a ginger tea as well. The evil, powerful Alice teaching us her evil lessons. You know what's so funny? You know what's so dearly fucking funny? Is when I was younger, and when I didn't fully understand what dysphoria was and what I was suffering through, I always felt so, what's the word here? I had something to live up to, and like I had to become a bigger, stronger, manly man. Because my voice, it was not dropping, and fucking. So I looked up how to make my voice deeper lessons, which was a decent foray into learning how to take care of my voice, but also wickedly funny. Wickedly funny in the end, now that I'm here.
It paid off dividends. You voice trained early on.
I voice trained in the wrong direction, and I haven't voice trained in the other direction yet, but people tell me I don't need it, which I don't know if I fully believe, but whatever, we ball.
I think you're doing phenomenal, but also, if you need a voice coach, you know that I can recommend you someone.
I know.
What was it? I on a related note, so that you don't have to bear that burden alone. If anyone wants to hear what insecurity sounds like in real time, go watch my very earliest videos, because I'm deliberately trying to deepen my voice in those because I thought my voice was really fucking whiny at the time. Because for some reason hearing my own voice made me uniquely uncomfortable. Funnily enough, I do think doing YouTube kind of cured me of voice dysphoria by the time I transitioned. I still have a bit of anxiety, a bit of insecurity about it, as I've talked about before elsewhere. But like, I've heard so much of my own voice now that like, when like, it's just what it is. It's just what it is. And whenever someone says I sound like this or that or that or this, no, I know exactly what my voice sounds like. I know it's not annoying because people keep listening to it for hours at a time. Like, I'm fine. But I didn't feel that way back then.
My philosophy. Like, no, yeah, like, being here in this stream with people who are talking about my voice acting like this, as they have been, has done wonders for my mental health. I am letting it get to me. I am a threat to society.
Someone asking who the Twitch artist is, that is Andromeda Santos. I believe her info should be listed in the About page of the Twitch channel here. She does very incredible work. Her Insta's linked. I know she does commissions relatively frequently. I've already got her commission for the art for the next stream we'll be pivoting over, because I get the sense we're nearing the end of Outer Wilds, and I'm getting the sense... I still haven't decided if I want to continue with Legacy of the Void for the StarCraft campaign. I'll probably put out like a fewer poll later on and see how invested you guys are, because like I'm having fun with it, but also I'd be happy to move on if everyone else has had their fill, but we'll see. We'll deal with that later. But anyways, best cure for getting over voice dysphoria is to become a YouTuber for 10 years. That's my suggestion.
No, Andromeda didn't do all of ours.
No, didn't do all.
Andromeda did Ruby's.
Yeah, Andromeda did mine.
Mine was done by the ever lovely Bran, aka Pupnik,
yes,
on Blue Sky with a 1.
Incredible talent.
Bran is... It is an incredible talent. It's pronouns for Bran. It is an incredible talent. It has done a lot of fan art for Of the Devil. It is a very near and dear friend of mine. It is not the solo dev of The Devil. It is not.
No.
And I low-key think it's getting sick of that joke. Pupnik. The same thing that JFK called the dogs it was given by the Soviet Union. Pupniks. I'll put it in.
Fascinating. And I think...
Yeah, that's...
was
it
Clark who did Noah and Connors, I believe?
No,
I
I actually
Noah...
drew mine.
Oh, no, right, Noah, you drew yours.
Yes, I always drew like all these little my little kitty cat, and also my previous avatar that you've seen me where I'm just kind of like,
Clark did my Despicable Dome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Correction, I put it in the chat, but Bran did not do DMX Talks, right? I don't know who did that. We'll figure it out later. But in any event...
I believe that was River. I believe that was Sleepy Tea Mage.
Yes.
Yeah. Shoutouts River, as ever, and Emily.
Wahoo. Perhaps
Love you
it's for the
both.
best then, Your Honor. We can save the court the trouble by wrapping up things here and now. The facts are simple, and the defense has failed to refute them. Thus, the people call for summary judgment.
Already?
The defendant is simply the defendant is the only one with his prints on the gun. He is the only one with his prints on the katana. His own employer testified to this court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene.
That must be Reyes in London she's referring to.
As the only living person left at the scene of the crime, there was no one else who could have committed these murders.
She's on a tear, and I'd be lying if I said it wasn't entertaining. But it's only because she's on tilt. She was thrown off by her witness flaking, and it's caused her to overstep. She just fired off a lot of claims in quick succession. Which is the weakest one? Where do I counterattack?
Where do you counterattack?
I don't see anything wrong with the testimony. She's right about the murder weapons. That much seems on point. Like, those 2 facts are true. Don't see them talking about DNA recently. But also... There is definitely one other person in that room.
Hee hee.
She just claimed that Sosuke is the only one who could have committed these murders. She can't possibly prove that. She can't prove that there wasn't anyone else there that night, because I actually was. And unlike her, I can prove the possibility of another party being present without having to reveal their identity. The people are mistaken, Your Honor. My client wasn't the only other person there that night. And there's evidence to show it. Found at the scene of the crime. Used to white prints, yes. Red ink. Classified documents. Hard to copy, easy to destroy. Used to destroy Trey's head. Only partial prints found. Oh, yeah, no. The dark card feels, pretty fucking tempting. Yeah, he wouldn't have brought a dark card with him. That's the idea of him bringing a dark card with him is dumb as shit.
What is that? The dark card found lodged in the Creek's datapad?
That's right! The perfect payment option for when neither you nor the businesses you frequent like attaching names to faces. We've already discussed that within moments of Creek's death, a transaction was being attempted on his datapad. A transaction made using this dark card. But whatever for? Perhaps some of the handful of illicit substances that were found at the scene of the crime.
Oh, crap. Yeah. Almost forgot. These guys were drug dealers.
And drug dealers get Customers, Your Honor. Customers that can be very temperamental when things go south.
Are you trying to suggest that these killings were the result of a drug deal gone wrong?
I mean, they sort of were.
A drug deal made in person at a blue blood stronghold.
At this time of year, in this part of the country, localized entirely in your crack den.
In that den. May I see it?
No.
Fuck!
Dark cards require a passkey and a fingerprint. The card would be useless if its owner wasn't physically present for the transaction. A transaction that might be abruptly cancelled if tensions boiled over.
A potential buyer would likely have been across the desk from Creek.
The same spot in the room that we've established that the killer must have started their rampage.
Cute idea, counselor. But there's no meat to it. We know that Creek was using that data pad before he died. And we know that the dark card was processing a transaction at the time. But for some reason, you've made the assumption that he was selling. When the simplest explanation is that he was buying. Using the dark card that he owned.
The dark card belonged to Creek.
How will you respond?
I don't need to respond with evidence. I just need to point out the flawed evidence she's constructed her argument upon. Known only to rich criminals. He wouldn't have one of those. Characterization, Your Honor. The people are claiming that the dark card in the evidence record belonged to the victim, Creek. Despite the fact that it has no fingerprints on it either.
What?
If that dark card had belonged to Creek, he wouldn't have had to insert it into his datapad with his teeth.
Yuck. So who did the dark card belong to?
Perhaps a customer who didn't like his prices.
Disgruntled customer could have wiped their prints off the card to hide the fact they were ever there.
That's absurd. If a customer brought that dark card with them to the crime scene, why the hell wouldn't they take it with them when they left?
It was stuck in the datapad.
They could have pulled a little harder. They could have taken the data pad with them. Who would leave behind something that valuable?
The card is worthless to everyone but its owner.
To whom it could be priceless. Why would they choose to leave it behind?
The answer to that is simple, if I'm honest. We're discussing the possibility of a deal gone south. What could cause that in the first place?
Aggressive negotiating tactics?
Or a customer who couldn't pay?
What are you... This customer could afford a dark card!
And yet they couldn't pay.
Hold on. You're trying to say all these debts, all this carnage. You think it's all because Because their card got declined?
Hard to live down that kind of faux pas.
Murdering 4 or 5 people in order to skip paying your bill is pretty aggressive. But if you need your fix, was there any indication that contraband was taken from the scene of the crime?
Your Honor, that is difficult to say. Without knowing their inventory before the crime occurred, we cannot rule out the possibility.
That was a little lackluster of a pushback. Is she really that thrown off by this witness playing hooky?
Well, I hate to do this because I love spending time with you all and having a physical body and being ensouled. But it does seem like I have to declare a recess while we wait.
Perfectly reasonable, Your Honor.
That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard.
What?
Court is now in recess.
Did she just flirt with me? How do I respond to
I
this?
believe that is called fumbling the bag, Adonai.
What? No, I didn't fumble anything. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's lighting up the net now. It's all over,
What?
Bluesker.
Bluesker?
They're saying that you fumbled the robot
Nobody
baddie.
uses Bluesker anymore.
You fumbled the robot baddie, the tall robot baddie.
I hate everyone. I need to kill a brown-haired woman about this.
Hello?
Ignore that.
I believe I've heard that turn of phrase before, back in the days of Xbox Live.
Yes, exactly. Precisely.
Wow.
You
You
are
mustn't
so
let
old.
Reyes hear that lest she make fun of you for being old.
Okay. Perfect. And scene.
Yippee.
Feel free to go forth with the line.
I forgot where I was for a second, if I'm being honest.
You forgot that we're on stream.
I forgot. I could have said something very terrible
You-
in front
you-
of
you
all
had
these lovely
too
people.
Too much joy and whimsy and
Too much
and
whimsy.
excitement.
I was whimsy pilled. I was joy maxing. I was sincere posting on live.
True.
So, Aurea Holdings is not part of House Icaria?
No, it is. House Icaria is comprised of the literal Icaria family, the Icaria Financial Group, and Aurea Holdings. But each of those parts is a separate identity from the others.
That's very confusing.
No, it's, well, yes, it can be confusing, but it protects us.
Protects the IFG?
No, protects the house from itself.
Well, if everyone in the Icaria family was a member of the IFG, and the IFG was called the Icaria family, that'd be much simpler.
I know it would be simpler, but that's...
Who the hell is this guy to keep Rockford waiting? She's so offended on her
Are
behalf.
you
She's so
addressing your
offended on his
question to
behalf.
me? I've never met the man.
My lights are flashing because I'm recording your crash out, Adonai.
Well, he's met you, smacked you upside the head and cuffed you.
If you say so. I told you, I don't remember anything after I walked out of that holding room.
Chime in at any time.
Apologies, Adonai. I was just trying to answer your question. Quote, who the hell is Officer Rogers?
You find his socials or something?
Well, I found a news story attached to a live feed. He's shaking hands with some men at the top of some stairs.
Right now. What's the headline?
City council members thank heroic officer for his service.
Oh. Well, that makes sense.
How can it?
Emma's outranked. If politicians decided now was the time to do photo ops, she doesn't have the pull to go against them.
Are Officer Chopin's parents there?
Yes, both of his fathers were present.
Aww. So progressive. A pair of gay dads raise this definite murderer who also is a cop.
Well, Chopin's the one who's dead.
Adopt it. Oh, right. Rip. Tragic. May they mourn in peace. They still raised a cop, so, you know, it's kind of swings and roundabouts, but...
A little bit.
A little bit. Adoptive fathers.
Are you trying to make me feel better? Adoptive or not, they are his parents, and their pain is real.
Heartwarming. These gay dads will outlive their cop son.
Not very
That's so fucking good.
What the fuck, over?
Says the person who signs off every stream with a cab.
I mean,
That's what I thought. Sit down.
Okay. Not pillowy.
Not pillowy. Sure.
Bullshit.
Of course.
Bitch.
Of
Anyway.
course. But that pain would be equally real if they weren't expressing it in front of those cameras, don't you think? Hello, Bran. If you're feeling guilty, Sosuke, please get it out of your system before the trial resumes.
Glaze
I don't feel guilty. Even if I did kill that officer, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. But that doesn't make it right.
Taking a life?
Parents having to outlive their children.
And here I thought you'd be all about filial piety. You telling me you wouldn't take a bullet for your patriarch, Daisuke?
Of course I would.
And force him to outlive his son? How could you?
Adopted son from a branch family.
Do I need to point out how badly you're contradicting yourself?
Daisuke Kariya could have let me waste away when the rest of the Hayakawa branch was killed. Instead, he placed me at the right hand of power, a seat of honor.
A subservient seat.
All seats are subservient.
Not the one at the top.
I didn't know the rest of your birth family died, Sosuke.
Retaliation for the fall of the leaves.
Quite the dignified way to refer to the Ikaria killing all those blue bloods 30 years ago. Anyway, it's my understanding that there was a complete and total victory. The kind that left the blue bloods incapable of counterattacking.
Very nearly so.
Do you disapprove of what happened 30 years ago, Sosuke?
Of course not. The barbarity of the house's enemies left it with no other choice but to act.
No way out, huh? By the way, I was asked to pass along a message to you. If you're given a way out, take it.
Who told you that?
This feels, loaded. But I should probably just be honest, right?
You want my actual answer?
She said her name was Mirai.
That was the correct answer.
Yay.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Yeah. Who is she?
A powerful member of the house. On the side of Arya.
Slow down, loose lips. I didn't ask for her whole life story.
What? Oh, sarcasm. Sorry, I'm just surprised. Surprised that she would take a personal interest in the outcome of this affair.
So did that message mean anything to you?
I'm not sure.
You're a terrifically helpful client, you know that?
There's something you should know about me, Morgan. About the Hound of Icaria. I didn't earn that title as a bodyguard or a head of security.
Again, this guy wants to die by the sword so fucking bad.
And I didn't learn how to kill in the military. The Hound of Icaria is the house's personal assassin.
What happened to the House of Icaria being refined? Elevated above their criminal past.
The house is elevated. That status has granted it more enemies than ever. Enemies that need to be taken out silently, but undeniably.
Undeniably?
What I do is send messages. They need to be received by the right people, and they need to know who it's from.
You kill so that the other houses and the nobility know it was the Hound.
But can't prove that House Icaria was responsible. Their own pride over being able to handle things internally and their humiliation at being outplayed ensures the deaths stay out of the papers.
So the entire police force can descend on a jaywalker caught by a reflection off of a dash cam. But the nobility gets to wave off the surveillance state with a perfumed handkerchief, flaunting how the rules don't apply to them. Like I thought, a very pure expression of power. So all that talk of you being Makoto's head of security, that was all
true. I have been Makoto's head of security for the past year.
Did your courier business dry up?
Circumstances around Makoto had changed. I was asked to step in and fill a role.
And what you said about guarding the previous heir, waving your katana around as soon as you could walk.
The circumstances were different then, too.
Why tell me now?
Because now that I've seen her, I don't think Rockford will have missed it.
No, why didn't you tell me yesterday, the first time we met, when I could have actually prepared for this. Clearly, you've got some deeply held desire to rot in prison, since you won't help me win this case. But what happened in the last 5 minutes that you've suddenly got cold feet?
Adonai.
Yesterday, I thought you were just some outsider in over their head who would surely drown if they knew who they were defending. Today, I think you're an outsider in over their head who could stay afloat with a lifeline.
Thanks for the heads up. 5 minutes notice really comes in handy when your client asks you to catch a bullet. Excuse me.
I'm sorry to disappoint you too, Sarah. I can't imagine you're pleased to be defending a self-confessed killer.
I don't know what you went through when you were a soldier. And I have no idea what you've gone through as an assassin. Yesterday, Adonai suggested I shouldn't speak about those kinds of things, since I have no experience with them. I don't know if she's right about that. But soldiers and assassins do exist in this world. And they're still people. And I think I would be sad if I couldn't talk to any of them.
I understand her.
This is a +1 for me.
Yeah.
On a related note, could you catch a bullet, Sosuke Akario?
No, Sarah.
But you're a cybernetically enhanced martial artist.
Bullets are very fast.
That is true.
I could probably catch an arrow if I knew it was coming.
Sukui, tell me more.
Tell me more.
Would you
I
like
love
to
that
know a
exchange.
fun fact about sabers, Sarah?
I would love to know a fun fact about sabers.
Nobody
Okay.
but me thinks this is funny. I don't think
Okay,
Cam is
but
still
when you
here, but I
explained
hope
the
I'm
joke to
upset
me,
about
it became funny.
It's only funny because I keep doing it, and this is the first time I've done it on stream.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will ask right now, just to do a quick check-in. We are at 4.5 hours. I'm down to keep going. I still have energy and I'm engaged. But if y'all are feeling tired, this feels like it would be one of the natural chapter breaks to save this for next time, or we can keep going with at least one more like interrogation or
Unfortunately,
testimony.
we'll have to be bowing out because it is late for me and I do have to get to work.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Mm.
Which is completely fine, to be clear. Yeah, that's totally cool. This is why I did the check-in. So we will save it here. Doing quite well so far.
What are your thoughts and feelings so far in the case?
Huey is the cop's name, right? The one, Roger?
Yeah, Huey Rogers.
Yeah, that dude killed his partner. That dude's a dirty cop who killed his partner to cover his own ass because the other guy was, like, not a shithead and was trying to do something relatively right. Or alternatively, maybe he wanted the dark card. That would also be a very funny series of decisions.
I don't know. Seems kind of far-fetched.
If you say so. Either way, there's literally no one else who could have done it within the setup of the story. So it's definitely him. It's unequivocally him.
There's
The
no one else that it could be.
and not that we've seen, not who's been in that room. The only people who have been in that room are Sosuke, Morgan, and Roger. It wasn't Sosuke. We can say that pretty definitively, I feel like. It'd be very funny if it did turn out to be Sosuke after all of this. It would be quite swag. But also, I think especially at this point, he would just admit it to Morgan. You know? Like, he does not seem like the kind of person who would be like, yeah, I didn't do it, just to make sure you're defending me from a vantage of, like, presuming I'm innocent. He would give all of the details for her to use. I think that would be quite convenient. I think,
him choosing to reveal information but not revealing that it was him.
Yeah, that feels off.
Yeah.
Especially at this stage. We didn't kill the cop. Morgan didn't kill the cop. So, like, Morgan killed a lot of people in that room, but not the cop. Not the cop. It had to have been someone else. And also with
He
all
was
that
moving
shit,
like Batman in that room.
Yeah, exactly. And with all of that shit that London laid down for us about how good cops get fucking rubbed out in this city, how anyone who isn't some amount of corrupted does not last long in the police force. Yeah, like that's either the world's most blatant red herring or it's foreshadowing. If it turns out to be a red herring, well done. You got my ass good. I got bait and switched really hard. But for the time being, in lieu of any other like narrative thread to like tether this together, that makes an intuitive and very obvious kind of sense to me. I think I got an art. I think I read the article at the beginning of this episode.
Not the fuel one. Not the fuel one.
The serial bombings. Yeah, we still
Not
need to
that
do
one.
those.
You do need to read all those. You should probably read them at the beginning of next one, I'll say.
Yeah.
I think that would be the best way to begin. It would kind of ease us in, let us warm up.
Oh yeah. Do the obsessive double save just in case.
I do that as well. That is the
Yeah.
correct move. So, I'm glad you're enjoying it so far.
Yeah, I'm invested. I'm compelled. I'm interested.
Fucking love this game so goddamn much. I cannot wait to see how the ending is stuck.
No thought. The closest I can think of to the owner of the mask is Sosuke himself. London would be a very funny one. London would be very funny if it turned out that he was that thing. What was it? The Hun. It wasn't just Hunter.
Huntsman.
Huntsman. Yeah. And that I wouldn't be too horrifically surprised by.
Motherfucker, you stole my fucking no mask, you stupid fucking tiger.
Well, you know what they say. You snooze, you lose.
That's binding by law, Mr. London, detective.
As well as, and I say this as a lawyer, Section B, subsection 319 of the local civil code, finders keepers.
Owned.
And then Morgan and Sarah high five.
Yeah.
Am
I cool, Adonai?
London's eyes roll so hard they drift into the back of his head. But this was great. I missed this game. I missed this game a great deal. I'm very excited to continue through it. And hopefully we will be able to keep a more consistent schedule. What was it? I guess I forgot to say that at the top of the episode, and I probably should. It's been like there's been some medical issues that have complicated it, that have had people coming in and out, which is completely fine. You know, that of course takes precedent, but that it's also been why we've been doing a lot of stopgap streams, shall we say, like Tacoma last week, which has been very great. But I'm very excited to finally be back here and get to really dive into this again. Man, that classroom dream. That classroom dream. Mm. Upsetting. But I'm looking forward to seeing what else is in store, and I'm looking forward to the new and profound and innovative ways this will deal psychic damage to me.
No, yeah, I'm gonna warn you. There's a chance this episode might hurt. That's all I'm gonna say.
I hope so. It better. I've been promised it will hurt. I want art that will hurt me, because that means I'm being challenged and I'm being confronted with things that matter and are important and are difficult and that I otherwise wouldn't want to think about. When something hurts me, it's usually giving me something I need, at least when it comes to art, you know? So I look forward to it. I'm excited about it. I hadn't thought about that club shit in years, dog. I genuinely had completely fucking forgot about that shit, and now I'm gonna spend the rest of the evening unpacking that.
Hey, Ruby,
Yeah.
sweetie, honey,
Yeah.
you're fucked.
Yeah, I know.
You're fucked.
I mean, I did eventually make my own club. You know, it worked out. That's what the channel is. That's what all of this is. It's my own little club.
I just
Doing
joined the
great.
rest of the Misfits in theater club in high school, and then I went into theater proper in college.
Okay, but here's the thing: is again, I've mentioned this before. I guess, yeah, fuck it. We'll leave off with this as kind of the denouement because it's kind of the perfect capstone, especially after that scene. Like, I really
Here we
want to
go.
reiterate this: that among the theater kids, I was the weird outcast. The theater kids did not like me, at least when I was in high school. In college, it was great. College was fantastic. I gelled with them pretty well. There was still a bit of that weirdness that comes with being, you know, autistic and a closeted trans femme and all of the usual shit that complicates interpersonal relationships in that circumstance. But, like, it wasn't that bad. It was ultimately college theater was a relatively standard series of like social interactions over the course of several years. High school, I was an outcast among the theater kids. Genuinely, they thought I was fucking weird. The only time they engaged with me was to make fun of the things I remember. There was one early day in like my sophomore year. It was when I'd come to a new school. And like in the first couple weeks, I was in the corner while everyone was doing kind of like their individual like study time, you know, reading scripts and all of that. And I was in the corner listening to music as I was wont to do. And I think I was listening to like Blind Guardian at the time. So power metal, you know, which if you've heard it is itself operatic, very theatrical, very over the top. And a group of like the higher pecking order boys came over, and in that asking in a way that's clearly trying to cultivate ammo sort of way, just like, hey, what are you listening to? What are you listening to? And what are you checking out? And I'm just like, I'm Blind Guardian. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. And they just start breaking up laughing. You know, they just start treating it as though it's the most absurd shit. And then can we see your iPod? We can. Yeah, sure. I mean, maybe we can make some kind of connection over this. They go through it, and they see Linkin Park listed in there. And at this point, I'd already kind of outgrown Linkin Park, or more accurately, I'd accepted that they were viewed by other kids as cringe. So I didn't really listen to them anymore, but you know that I had a soft spot for them, so I still had them on my iPod. And they saw that, and that was just ammo. That was huge ammo. At which point they all broke out laughing, and I was known as the kid who had a shitty music taste and was cringe and embarrassing off of the basis of that. And that was my experience with theater kids in high school. So when I say I connect with Morgan in this way, in a profound way, I'm like, I do not want to belabor the point too much because it's something I've largely moved on and healed from. But suffice to say, I don't think it's an overstatement that to say within high school, I was an outsider among the outsiders. Like, even the weird kids who got bullied did not want to put up with me. Yeah, I know, I'm cooked. It's only going to get worse. I know it's only going to get worse.
It will. Yeah, no,
I have no doubt everyone's listening to me saying this shit, and if you know the story that's going to be coming down the pipe to fucking explode me later on, you're just sat there with a notepad just like, oh, the fuck, the narrative parallels? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
I'm more worried about because I actually know you and I care about you. This has gone from like, oh, tee hee ha, this might kill her to, oh, I'm gonna have to sit with her.
I want it to traumatize me. I want it to traumatize. I want it to traumatize me.
There's a solid chance it will.
Because
I think you will be equally fascinated by it as much as you will sit with it and be hurt.
Okay, here's the thing. And I really want you to internalize this. It's okay if it happens. It's okay if we get further into this story and it just utterly fucking emotionally annihilates me. Just utterly levels me down to the fucking knees. It's completely fine if that happens, because it will be good content. I rest.
Fair enough.
It'll be fantastic. Monday, 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We will be continuing Outer Wilds. We'll be getting Echoes of the Eye, I believe is the name of the DLC. The DLC for Outer Wilds. We hit
The
credits on that
scary
last
one.
time. Super spooky. What was it? Then 3 p.m. Thursday Pacific Standard Time. We will be wrapping up Heart of the Swarm. I'm very much looking forward to that. I will probably be putting out a poll within the next day or two about whether or not we want to continue on to Legacy of the Void or move to something else. We'll see. But either way, Heart of the Swarm will be a lot of fun. And then we will be back here next week with more of the Devil. It's going to be great. I'm so fucking hyped, dog. I want it to hurt me. Prove to me you have hands, game. Deal more damage.
Let's see that hook. Come fucking get me.
Yeah, come on. Fucking take your best shot. I did fucking
Devil May
100
Cry
hours of
counts.
Pathologic 3 on stream over the course of a month. That game hollowed me out. This has not hit me as hard as some of the shit that Danio had. We can do more. It's really good. I'm excited. It's going great. It could be dealing more damage, and I'm waiting for it to stop fucking around. Let it kill me.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
We'll get there. Hold on. There we go. The black eyes are what I need in this moment. That feels much more apropos. Okay.
Amazing.
Thank you all for hanging out. I hope you have a great evening. I should figure out someone to raid. Let me see.
While you figure that out, if I may quickly plug.
Yes, of course. Plug whatever you
If
may.
you love, first off, ACAB, of course. Second, if you love Of the Devil and you are in the area, Of the Devil will be at the Too Many Games Indie Game Showcase in June. You will be able to play the first 5 minutes of episode 3. There will be merch. I will pay real American dollars to proxy me some merch. If you are interested in this game, please go show them some love, and please get this fucking game and wishlist episode 3 on Steam, because this entire game is a labor of love, and I love what it represents in the standards of modern day indie games. But yeah, that's my soapbox. Like I would put my money where my mouth is if I could. This is the next best thing that I could do. If I lived on the East Coast, I would fucking go there.
All right.
Also, yes, only do it if it is safe to do so. Anyway.
All right. Okay, there we go. I got everything sorted. All right. Have a good evening, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. Talk to you soon.
Take care,
Peace.
everybody.
Later.